Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 22nd episode of The Writers of History. I'm pretty sure, I think. Yeah, and so today Theo is in the same room. Yeah, and we're gonna be good to start. Does everybody remember vaguely the premise of the last verse you had jumped into?
Yeah.
Okay.
Supposed to be a nice and easy verse.
Yeah, I mean, like, if that's what you were expecting after about a year of me GMing, it's on you if you're not surprised at this point. If you're still surprised at this point. So, quick summary: you jumped into what's his name? Gosh, Eric Douglas's verse, trying to correct mistakes, some of the mistakes that he made in the past, and really soon after you arrived, people who had only darkness karma started having a lot more light karma and a lot more darkness karma, just like when you arrive in bodies inside of the verses. And it seems, based on your clairvoyance, based on your ability to detect energies from other people, that it seems like a lot of them have a lot more karma than you guys do. Like the maximum is 12, so a couple of them are going to have like 12 points of light karma or 12 points of darkness. Some a little bit more, and most of them like a little bit less, around like 9 points. That means and there's about like 30 neo Hermes. 30 people who were Hermes in the past. They're currently just acting very weird. And I believe it was Oliver who turned to you and started asking what you were doing inside of the bodies of the main characters, and that's where we had left off. So yeah, this person inside of Oliver's body is saying, okay, who are you? Come on.
Well, who are you?
Well, I'm William Shakespeare, of course.
Why are you in my body?
Your body? Like he says, hold on, keep this a little bit, tone it down. And Selena Murray arrives, and she doesn't have like her usual voice. It's a lot more imperious, and she's saying, what is the matter with this? Shakespeare, get your show started right now. You don't want the things that happened in the previous time to happen again. I know you've had a lot of trouble finding new actors, so get on with it. And the person inside of Oliver's body says, yes, absolutely, right away. There's been a small hiccup, and some people have ended up in some people entered the verse a bit too soon and ended up in the bodies of the main characters. I'll correct things really quickly. Don't worry about this. And he is going to grab both Eric Douglas and Oliver, and I think also Philip, and say, come with me quickly. And yeah, you make your he's basically going to take you to an adjacent room where there's nobody, and he says, listen, what do you mean by your body? You're not from the material world, are you?
I guess that depends on what you mean by a material world.
The Earth. Did you die?
No.
Yes. I can safely say that and not be lying.
Yeah. He says, "Oh my God. Listen, it's very important that you listen very clearly to me a lot. These people out there, they are very old Hermes, and they are bored as all hell inside of their memory palaces. They have their Hermes make people like me drink all of the works that they need so that when they die they can become actors and perform for them the roles inside of the verses. We need to entertain them, otherwise they're going to execute my entire troupe and me."
Holy shit.
That sounds
Please.
like Hermes.
Hmm?
That sounds like Hermes.
Yeah.
Yeah, please. I wait. Which faction do you belong to?
Not the Hermes. They just lost.
Well, oh yeah, the trouble on Earth. Yeah, they're gonna correct that. But who are you? And like you can see, he starts to make like a secret handshake, like the usual ones that you see. But if it means nothing to you because he probably died super like a long time before those like those things evolve with time. So like you have no idea what that he's trying to communicate, which side he's trying to like. So what do you do?
I don't know,
Look
Oliver, what
over
do
at
we do?
Philip.
Say again?
I look over at Philip.
God damn it. Oh god. Okay. So I'm pretty sure we're on the same side here. Even though there's quite a age gap. We... Okay. This is just a lot to take in. I thought we were coming here to meet Eric, and then there's William Shakespeare. In not quite the flesh, but close enough.
In spirit, whatever.
Okay. What?
Wait. Are you those rewriter fellows that have been disturbing the verses? Oh my God! Oh Lord! I should have known. I should have known. The one time that my career hangs on the balance and I'm going to be executed if my troop doesn't perform well enough, you guys show up in your own verses. In your own verses too. Huh. Oh yeah. Geez, I couldn't have written it better myself. Okay. Listen, here's what I need you to do. Please, for the life of my troop, I need you to act as yourselves, but in a very entertaining way. I don't know what passes as entertainment in your time period, but you know, make lots of butt jokes. That's most of my work. And all right, I should also tell you this. I used to be a Neo Hermes as well, and
Used to be.
well, I am a Neo Hermes as well, and I wasn't Shakespeare, but then I died, and I used to be a Neo Hermes, and I died, and Shakespeare was a Hermes, so I've been impersonating him ever since because he didn't show up in the stars, and I had to use a cover identity when they showed up at my memory palace, and I came from England. That's why my memory palace was from England. So I've been impersonating Shakespeare this entire time, and I do not know how to write as well as he does. So I need your help here. Okay, can you help a fellow Neo Hermes?
I mean, we're here, we might as well.
All right. Call me Francis Bacon.
Ooh.
Oh, gosh. Shakespeare's remembered, but I'm all forgotten. Well, I was a contemporary of Shakespeare, produced many works on philosophy, and people in your world keep thinking that Shakespeare was me. Well, that Shakespeare was from a poor background. He couldn't have written the plays that he wrote. So, because I was from a higher from nobility, they keep saying I wrote all of his plays. Pretty ironic, given my current situation.
Oh boy.
You hear a knock on the door, and Selena Murray's voice saying, "Shakespeare, we're waiting." What do you do?
Suppose we take to the stage?
Okay.
Yeah.
How are you planning to direct us? Because we don't have a clue what your play was going to be about.
I was going to romanticize what I believed the Neo Hermes life was, but you might have a better idea than me. Listen, what do people do that's entertaining in your time period? I hear there's lots of big fiery explosions, but
A little dangerous.
you have karma.
Fair.
People do like big fiery explosions.
Hmm?
People do indeed like big fiery explosions.
Yeah. Just a matter of getting the necessary things to make a big fiery explosion.
All right. Good. Listen, I'm gonna go work with my crew, and we're gonna aim to replace you with a B plot as soon as possible. Now, just get out there. And he pushes you out of the room and closes the door behind you, and you're in a room with 30 Hermes just staring at you.
Oh. Philip will very awkwardly try to look like he knows what he's doing, but he looks awkward as all hell.
Oliver, what do you do?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Esteemed Hermes. Today you'll get to see the downfall of the dastardly rewriters of history.
As Oliver is saying this, Phil just does some jazz hands.
There's a mild clapping from the audience. Jeff, what is Chris doing?
I'm not sure. Did I even go into this rewrite?
Yes, I believe you ended up inside of. I think you ended up inside of Stefan's body. I think. What was the alternative? I know it was one of two things. Yeah, because Oliver, you ended up in Stefan's body because Oliver was the one who was your alternative. So yeah, you are inside of an old man's body, but because of your karma, you're still animated as you still have the same skills, basically.
Well, let's see. I never met this guy, Eric. I don't know what his pros and cons were, and I don't recall going over those. So I'm just going to kind of try and sit there looking like I am encompassing everything. I'm fully aware of everything. While just trying to figure out what I may or may not need to do.
Right. Philip.
Jazz hands.
And like, I'm pretty sure that backstage, like, Francis Bacon is like, oh fuck, rushing to his truth.
Just trying to like follow up with anything Oliver says, like, yes, and I cannot come up with anything. I've done improv for so long.
Yeah, but maybe Philip didn't do as much improv as you did.
Yeah. So yeah, literally all he says is yes, and
Okay, so I guess it's all up to the person who's rewriting the verse.
oh no.
Pretty appropriately, Oliver.
All right. Without further ado, let the entertainment commence.
Right.
We begin our story in this very observatory.
Ooh.
That was unintentional. Take it.
That was awesome.
Dastardly Douglas.
I immediately take a stance as if I am now the character.
Mm-hmm. He's playing Douglas.
Oh.
He's inside of Eric Douglas's body.
I guess
Yeah, all.
Make an expression stance to show dastardly Douglas. Arg.
All right.
The dastardly Douglas approaches this meeting of heroes, intent on destroying everything they stand for.
Okay. I think like around this point, there's going to be like a crash coming from the doors to the room, and somebody driving a motorcycle, almost like they're like riding a horse, just bursts inside of the room with like. With a bow and arrow, and it's the person who came and like spoke to Francis, like telling him that this whole situation was happening, and who yells, rewriters! I have found you at last. And like right behind him, you see somebody inside of the jackal's body who arrives and who yells, the Anubis are here, and we shall act as we shall eradicate you like the vermin, like the Neo Hermes vermin that you are. And like they like start and like they start walking towards you, and one of them says, will you fight honorably for once, or will you flee as you usually do? What do you say?
We will fight. That's
Okay.
entertainment.
Okay. Like there's a pause, and they both look at each other, and I guess they're like gonna draw their swords, yelling "en garde," and then like starting making like rehearsed jokes that they both like seem to know really well, about like there's a lot of like double meaning about with like their swords and penises and stuff like this, like typical Shakespeare comedy. And basically like they start attacking the three of you. And one of them is yelling, if you're going to be fighting us, at least make it interesting for once. And like they all do like like a lot of like flashy movements that are pretty useless to the eyes of you who are like good fighters. And yeah, there's two of them are charging the three of you. What do you do?
I will go to block. I'm not gonna actually try and take a hit at them, but
Okay. Yeah. So like, are you?
I'll just step forward and try and block them.
Okay. So like so here's like blocking them isn't that difficult. It's making it look good. That might like that you could block a blow like the ones they're attacking you with in your sleep, or just like dodge them like really easily.
But do it theatrically.
Yeah. So I'm probably going to ask you to roll for persuasion or art if you have the theater domain.
Let's do persuasion.
Okay.
Straight roll.
Do you want to use any primes and penalties?
Or yeah, let's do that.
Let's see.
Can try and make it more precise.
Oh, you mean like do you want to give yourself a boost to the roll?
Yeah.
With efficacy. So you probably take efficacy. What's the penalty that you're against like you performing well? What's the negative? Are you taking your time? In which case it's
that.
like,
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay,
yeah, like taking my time, so it might be a little slower.
Yeah. Okay. So you take the slow penalty. So basically it's gonna look like you're not at your like perfect battle swiftness.
Yeah.
But you make like every attack quite visible and like theatrical. So go ahead and you have a plus each. Okay.
Definitely taking that darkness.
Okay, darkness, nice. Yep. All right. Is Philip the only one who's like fighting them back?
No, Oliver will. I don't know. I guess. Are there any swords lying around? Stage props or something?
I think like yeah, there's a couple of Hermes who have like swords on them who look like you might be able to like draw their swords for like more theatricality. But apart from that, there's nobody else. I think like Philip might have a gun on top of his sword.
Oliver will like rip the sword out of the guy's sheath and go into a over the top on guard stance.
Okay.
And then basically just let the opponent wail on him and push him back.
All right. I think that subterfuge might actually also work for stage fighting. So go ahead and if you want to use subterfuge, go ahead and roll that.
Ooh.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Take the 17 darkness.
So yeah, like you're giving a really good performance, and in the meantime, like Jeff, you notice that the bike that just like burst in has a leak. Like basically, it's leaking oil at an alarming rate. But it's almost like you look at it and it's clearly been sabotaged just before it burst into the room. So, Jeff, what do you do while the other two are stage fighting?
Is the guy who rode the bike in still on the bike?
No, he's stage fighting Philip.
I will go try to rush that bike out of here before it accidentally gets the trail of oil lit on fire, which then leads to the bike and explodes, killing any number of people.
Yeah. So you maneuver around to like move it out of the way, and like from the outside you see like Francis Bacon just be like, no, what are you doing? It was going to be the big distraction. What do you do?
It's leaking oil. It's going to blow up.
Huh? Yes, that's the point. What do you do?
I leave it there. I walk away from it. I get clear of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does it look as though either of the bodies that Philip or Oliver are in are going to be too close to it if it explodes?
Like, okay, so here's the thing. Vehicles usually don't explode when they are like leaking gas, unless it's in like movies or the way that Archons and Divas perceive the world. So it might be that based on how Eric's Archon and Diva perceive the world, they might have like written this verse so that the laws of physics are a bit like wobbly and it might explode. In which case, yeah, it could do damage to both Philip or Oliver, but not like that much based on how close it is. And so yeah, what do you do?
Well, the one thing I do is I don't forget the fact that we've already experienced somebody who, because they were in control of the reality, had torpedoes remote control detonated ability. So yeah, I know the whole the false image of the gas tanks exploding and all that, but this is inside one of these maybe or maybe not existing or not existing things. So I'm thinking it is going to explode, so I'm just going to stay clear of it and keep an eye on it and make sure they don't continue to wander too close.
All right.
And if I get a chance, I'm going to kind of try to subtly gesture to them that, to where it is so that they're aware of it.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you to roll for stealth, please, because if you're like gesturing to them in a way that like you're trying to get not as many people noticing it. Okay, you take the darkness dice.
Of course.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, like he's basically like the whisperer when you forgot your lines, and he's like pointing to the bike, and like Francis like enters the room yelling, but they were clearly no match for the Anubis, and soon enough they were pushed back, trying to find a way to keep their identities, to put their to make their identities secret once more, as the Anubis were closing in on all of them. And like the two actors who are stage fighting with you, they start acting like they're like obviously winning and like walking forwards and like as if pushing you back, but like basically like Philip doesn't even notice this because you're blocking all of their blows, and he's just making himself like nearer to you and easier to hit. So what do you do?
I notice Chris, right? We noticed Chris.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take that indication to be like, oh, and I'll let go of my pride. I'll stop blocking, and I will start to back off and kind of like sort of run away from them.
Okay. Oliver?
Oliver will say, "Haha, you brought the perfect trap to me, and it was so unexpected." And he's going to point to the bike and say, "Let your entrance be your destruction," and dive out of the way of hopefully an explosion that's following.
Okay. So yeah, like in the background, like you see like Francis Bacon just like fumbling with a lighter, you can see that he clearly knows the theory of how it works, but in practice, like it's like a person like using a lighter for the first time, like trying to light the trail of the the thing on fire. So it takes a couple of more seconds before it actually explodes. But
if it doesn't explode exactly after Oliver leaps behind, he's going to poke his head out again and say, I said it, you've brought me my perfect trap. Let your entry be your demise.
You clearly have an anger problem and quite a short fuse, says one of the other actors, and like his line is cut halfway through by the bike actually exploding and throwing a couple of Hermes back, including Selena Murray, who looks clearly hurt, but all of them like just get up and heal their bodies almost instantly.
Oh, shit.
And like they keep observing the thing, and you as you retreat, like the three Francis and his other two actors just like take over the scene basically, and you find yourselves in the alone in the corridors outside of the main hall that has like the observatory. So, what do you do?
So we're off stage.
There's nobody else with you right now.
I think Philip takes a moment to see like, holy shit! I've never been on stage before. That was terrifying.
A life's a stage. William Shakespeare. It's a good thing I know his work quite well, so I can actually like quote him
Right.
for this game.
Is Chris back here with us, or is it just Oliver and I?
It's Chris is also here.
Okay. Philip will go up and just be like, dude, thank you so much for warning us ahead of time. That Jesus Christ, I didn't think he was actually going to do something like that.
I was expecting it to explode all along.
I mean, once you pointed it out, I knew it was going to explode. I didn't think that he was actually going to. Before that, I didn't think he was actually going to do something like that. But yeah, once he pulled it out, yeah. So thank you, quite literally, for my life. I mean, I know I could probably heal from it, and I'm just being dramatic, but thank you.
Well, if you were going to pick a point in time to be dramatic, I guess this would be a great one.
You know what? You're right.
So ham it up.
Right. Needed more of this while I was out on stage. Just all the drama. Oh, yeah, no, I was not born to be an actor.
It's just like lying, except way harder.
Yeah, that's definitely what I'm seeing. Yeah, it's lying while everybody is watching you, knowing that you're lying.
So, do you take like So what's your plan? What do you do after that? What's your plan of action? You can hear mild clapping coming from inside of the room, and a little bit of cheering, some laughter, probably after a weird joke.
Does anyone know what we do from here? I mean, how do we rewrite this verse?
I'm not really sure. Oh, I guess I could cast Oracle and find out. Simon just gave me the dirtiest look.
The worst part is like you can clearly see all of the oracles that I came up with, and the only ones you've ever done were at moments I hadn't prepared. And before the game, I told you, "Are you gonna cast an oracle?"
I don't think I could think of anything, and then I was like, oh no, is this a hint that I should cast an oracle?
Okay. I'll write one. What is the problem in particular that you're looking for? How to help Francis Bacon's troop? How to rewrite the verse into a light verse?
Yeah, how to rewrite the verse into a light verse.
Okay.
I mean, how do you rewrite a verse where the
Yeah, just
Sorry,
what's the next
like-
step?
what this Oliver is just all around confused about how this verse works because this wasn't actual history.
Yeah,
Well,
there's a lot
Like
going
when-
on.
Yeah.
well, like it happened to you, so technically it's
True.
history.
Yeah. Ugh.
Also, Max, you were just fucking killing it with those one-liners. That was amazing.
Yeah, those pauses weren't for dramatic effect. Those pauses were me scrambling for something to say.
Me, big mood. Yeah, no, that was phenomenal.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm gonna like try to write the oracle, but yeah. In the meantime, if you're like if any of you have a plan or an idea, just to fill out the time while I look up for a thing.
Yeah, I think we came in here expecting like, oh yeah, it's just gonna be Eric Douglas, and then lo and behold, there's William Shakespeare. So there's a lot to take in and try and figure out what is the next step to take here, how to actually rewrite this verse and not just become a part of Francis Bacon's new theater troupe.
Also, how do we not die? Or sorry, what are we supposed to be rewriting? I do not know why I said how do we not die.
Well, that should always be one of the points that we should be sure on.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, yes.
I think it was mentioned that basically this verse was going to be about the mystery that Eric Douglas was looking into concerning Selina Murray's murder, presumed murder, the accident that she'd been in, and because it's around this time that Eric Douglas was looking into those things. Just while your characters were preparing for the verse of Nicholas Flamel.
It would be helpful if we knew what you said, because you were speaking in French at that point.
Wait,
But
what?
you and Jonathan were speaking in French whenever you discussed.
Oh
this.
yeah. Yeah. It's actually a like. Yeah, it's actually a good thing if you don't know that much, because then you can just explore the mystery that I had worked on and that like just ended up being thrown away when Jonathan left. But yeah, basically he started investigating Selina and found some stuff.
Alright, so shall we head to Selena's office, I guess?
Well, let's see. You're in Eric's body, right?
Yep.
And we're just investigating her. I don't know if we should go directly to her office.
Alright, then where to?
Maybe Eric has an office somewhere where we can see where he's gone so far in his work and see where we need to pick up from.
Yes, indeed he does have an office. It's in Hawaii. Just in town.
I say we go visit that and just see if we can figure out where we came into this and where to pick up from that, and hopefully take things on the right path.
All right. Oliver's gonna check Eric's pockets for keys. I think Eric had a car, right?
Yes, he did. First scene we ever played, he was driving it up the mountain.
Yes.
Okay.
Are his keys in his pocket?
Yeah. Okay.
All right,
So,
well, I got Eric's keys.
huh?
I got Eric's keys. Who's ready to go see his office?
Let's go check it out.
Okay. So you head off. You start heading towards the parking lot, and along the way, one of the Hermes, actually the one who's inside of Selena Murray's body, comes towards you and says, "May I request your a little moment of your time, please?"
Of
Actors?
course.
Yes. Listen, I have a strong suspicion that the actors who are playing right now are not who they say they are, but impersonators. Their lines are quite atrocious and horrible. I think I have the nagging suspicion that they are actually not Hermes at all, but in fact a group of neo-Hermes that I've fought before on quite many occasions, the rewriters of history. I would recognize them anywhere. My name is... Hold on 1 second. My name is Galileo Galilei, and I want your help to catch proof of this in case I am right, so that we can exterminate them once and for all.
Of course, however, we can be of service.
Well-
We were about to go out to get some supplies for the grand finale, but this does seem important.
Well, you're clearly the actors that Shakespeare enrolled in this, because you ended up in the right in the main characters' bodies, but the other ones, if their acting is really strange. Could you, if you overhear anything that they say while off stage, could you report it back to me, please? If you, as soon as you do, I'll alert the rest of the Hermes, and they shall be promptly executed.
Well,
Of course.
yeah, I mean, if we do hear something, we'll let you know. If we do.
All right, I'm counting on you, my fellow Hermes. And like he turns around and he starts to leave. But before you can make it to the car, there's another character who shows up. I think this person is going to be inside of what's her name? Lisbeth's body. And she walks up to you and she says, "Pardon me, dear actors. I used a lot of my influence to be in on this play, because I have the utmost respect for the character of Philip Katsaros. May I talk with him before you go about your business, please? I won't be taking too much time off of his urgent work."
Sure. I mean that. I guess.
Thank you for entertaining me until this Hermes until this person dies. I won't have any other chance to meet him or talk to him. So I wanted to rehearse my meeting with him.
Big awkward. Cool.
So the two of you start heading towards the city, and like I think Philip, you have your own vehicle.
Yeah.
So we're gonna say that like you can catch up to. Yeah. Do you, Oliver and Chris, do you leave without Philip?
We'll see how long it takes, but we'll probably have time to wait.
Okay. All right. So
Unless Chris disagrees.
all right. So this person turns to you and says, "I am Tabitha Blewett. Very honored to meet you. I'm a great fan of your work."
Thank you. I wasn't aware I had fans.
Oh, believe me, you completely revolutionized the way that memory palaces are built when you came up with your report on lab rats.
Oh, that, yeah.
Yes, I work for the Table of Clay. We're a group of Hermes who all work very very hard to ensure the security of all of the dead Hermes against intruders inside of their vaults. And your contribution with mazes has boosted our efforts. I have a picture of you in my office. Say that these people in the play mentioned that you're that you're actually a neo Hermes. Is that part? Is that actually? Is that a part of the dramatization, or was Philip actually known? Is Philip actually known to be a traitorous scoundrel?
As far as I'm aware, that was just part of the dramatization. I mean, I am simply just an actor.
I am so relieved because lots of us at the Table of Clay would happily give him a place at our table when he dies. Tell me everything about you, Philip.
I'll just lean and whisper and be like, I'm not.
Tell me everything about you, Philip.
Hi. All right, and I guess I'll start a horribly I do a purposely bad improvised story, just making up somebody else's entire life to go with the guise that I am an actor pretending to be Philip.
All right, and like every now and then she says, "Did you find this out through your research on the character?"
Right. Method acting.
Fascinating.
She is going to be so disappointed.
Just all of her dreams will be crushed.
Yeah, so like basically like she started, like you can see that she's a fan of the character, but she really like do you try to make it believable?
Yeah, I make it believable.
Okay.
It's just awkward storytelling, so it's obvious that it isn't. Well, like I don't go for anything like fantastical, but it's obvious that I'm making it up. So like,
is it obvious to her?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So in this case, like you don't even need to roll. She's gonna like at some point she's gonna say no. His uncle was called Ajax. Oh, you people. Never mind. I'll just wait for him to die. And like she storms off.
Then perish.
And like as she's about to like close the door, she says, I heard that your whole troop is going to be executed if this play doesn't turn out well. I would certainly agree to such a decision after seeing how how you people work on impersonating those brilliant characters. Like she slams the observatory door and returns to the stage.
I just book it to Oliver and Chris,
Okay.
and I just go, holy shit.
Do you have a fan, Philip?
I mean, I'm used to people admiring the work that my uncle did, but this is the first time it's happened in a verse, and I did not expect that, but it was also at the same time not me, and I think I don't know, I panicked.
All right. So,
Alright, well, I
I
suppose now
assume
we have.
I assume you're driving the entire time while this is happening.
Probably a good idea, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, what's do you do? What do you do? Like, do you like say anything while you're driving off, or do we just move on to when you arrive at?
Yeah, you got a
Eric's
cool one-liner
office.
for us?
Oliver's going to say we should probably pick up something that explodes. Maybe a couple gas cans or something. We wouldn't want anyone suspecting why we actually went out. And since I already made up a lie on the spot of us going to get supplies, I guess we need to get supplies.
That is very valid.
Do you have any points in science? I know you took the domain alchemy recently, or crafts. So you have, let's see, 0 points in science and 2 points in
Oh,
crafts.
yeah, we put it in crafts and medicine.
Well, no, you didn't put any points in crafts because it's all from your cancer. Sorry, from your cancer sign.
Yeah.
Can Oliver use electronics to rig something up that'll spark when it gets put in a gas can?
Sure. Yes. Okay. So you're going to be working on a contraption. Like you stop at an electronics shop. Can you roll for crafts, please? And you do have the domain electronics, right?
Yes, that's why I said electronics.
Perfect.
Ooh!
A 20. Nice. Okay. Yeah. You start prepare, like you start buying like fireworks for the finale of some sort. Yeah. Okay. So you're working on this while you finish the rest of the drive. So I assume Jeff is driving. Chris is driving, or Philip.
I mean, I can't...
No, I think Oliver's still driving.
Huh?
I think Oliver's still driving.
Okay.
No, I'm joking.
I mean, you could assume I was driving if you want, but
We were all driving.
We take turns.
Right. So you arrive at the Eric's office, and you see Stephanie Jones, his assistant, just like sprawled over her desk, like yawning. And when you arrive, she she looks out at you, Oliver, and she says, "Oh, Mr. Douglas, you're back. How's your case going? Anything interesting happened this time?"
It was interesting. I'm not sure it was related to the case.
Well,
but I'll need to review all my notes on it, just to make sure.
Right. I did some of the research that you asked me to. Like she hands you a file, and she says the accident that involves Selena Murray. It happened a couple of years ago, and it was a car crash. Selena walked out of it completely unscathed, as if like the car completely protected her against like all damages, and the other person who was in the other person who was in the car died on impact, and like she shows you the files basically. Yep. So
I'll show them to the other two
okay.
as well.
Apparently, she was a reporter. But it doesn't say anything. It doesn't say anywhere what sort of story she was working on when she died.
Wait, Selena Murray was a reporter?
No, the person who died in the car crash.
Oh.
Only ones with a double life.
I suppose we should go look at this next, or at this whatever place you work, news organization, TV, something. Does it say where she worked?
Yes, local newspaper. Like she gives you the address.
All right. I look at Philip and Chris and say, "Shall we go visit a local newspaper?"
Sure.
Yeah.
Also, there's something weird about the file you're handed over. Every place where the name should be of the person who died in the car crash next to Selena Murray, there's the word blah instead.
Like in paper clipping? Or
Yeah,
on just a
like
report?
on the accident report, on the newspaper clipping as well.
Does it look like it was whited out, or does it look like that was the original typing?
It looks like it wasn't even the original typing. It's just replaced by the word blah.
Interesting.
Well,
Okay. Oliver, not your phone, but Eric's phone rings, and you'll hear your own voice. Do you answer? It's the person who's calling you. It says Oliver in brackets Neo Hermes.
Fucking Eric.
So it wasn't what we did that got us found out. It was Eric. I get it now. I will answer it.
Huh?
I'll answer the phone.
All right. So you hear of your own voice just saying, "I really don't know how this worked. Why is this? Why did it stop ringing now? What? Listen. Show me how I can call. Wait. You're saying it's working right now. Hello? Hello?
Yep. Oh yes, it's working fine.
Oh my God! I can hear his voice. Where are you?
We're just picking up the grand finale we asked for.
You're supposed to be the main actors. Why aren't you staying near where the public is? Oh, this is a disaster.
Do you know how to make a giant explosion? Because I know how to make a giant explosion. So, when we next appear, it will be a grand finale, and we will disappear in a flash of fire.
Right.
And then the Hermes can be victorious.
All right, that's great. That's great. But we need to tie whatever you're doing with the rest of the story. I need to find a way to get the actors where you are, so that the troupe can see you doing your things. It's the whole point of seeing Eric Douglas's life. That's what they're using their influence for, to be here and to be present and to live history. Where are we? if the story of Eric Douglas is just getting fireworks, then it's not going to be enough. What would you came here to rewrite, right? What was the purpose? What was your story going to be?
I mean, we really just wanted to know more about Mr. Douglas. He recently died, and I mean, he was a friend, but we didn't know much about him, so we wanted to take this opportunity to just understand him a little better.
This. I don't know if I can work this into a story. I'm going to try. Oh my god, they don't know how to drive, half of them. Can you come back here soon?
That's the plan. We just needed to pick up the ingredients for the final show. We plan to do all. Be back there in like an hour.
All right. Well, hurry up, please. Oh, I can't deal with all of the backstage drama that's always happening in those things. And okay, show me how to turn this off. What? Oh, this button? All right. And like it cuts.
That is an interesting man. I guess we're on a time limit now.
Yeah, exactly. I played him as a Jim because he's from like Shakespeare's time. So, what do you do?
Rush to the newspaper and try to find out who this reporter was and what story they were working on.
All right.
Unless someone else has a better idea.
I think that's a fine idea.
Okay. Can you? Oh yeah. You rolled a 20. So basically, like with like a few, I don't know, like explosive things. You get like some gas from a station. You get like a couple of things of chemistry that you know, like slightly unstable things to Philip's knowledge. And yeah, you're rigging this up while somebody else is driving you to the newspaper. And once you're greeted at the entrance by a young person who says, "Hello, how may I help you?"
Her name. Well, shit. Did we even realize the reporter's name, or it was only blah?
Yeah, it was only blah.
We just came to get some information on recent stories that have been running in your paper. We were just curious about some of them, and wanted to see if we could maybe talk to the journalist ourselves.
A lot of them are busy. Do you have anything new to contribute to one of the stories we've published previously?
Perhaps.
I'm going to need something more concrete to let you through. I'm sorry.
Well, look, it's the kind of thing that we just want to explain to the journalist. Or wait, no. Fuck.
Wow,
My brain is so fried.
It's about a story that was never published. We might have some information to complete the story.
Can you tell me what the story in question was supposed to be?
It was about a woman named Selena Murray. The journalist was killed in a car accident weeks ago?
No, it was a couple of years ago. Oh, you mean Blah? Yes. Oh, that was tragic.
Hello?
I listen. You, if you want, you can talk to Jamie Torres. They're one of our reporters. They use they them pronouns. Unlike she, the person just points you to like one of the nearby desks, and like shows you like a person who's working there. They were very good friends with Blah, and they they they. they they're the person who would know anything about the story that Blah was covering.
All right. I thank you. I guess we'll go talk to them.
Okay. You head over to the journal.
Still shook over Blah.
All right. So, yeah, you make it to that desk, and the reporter looks up from their work and says, "Yes."
Hello. We're here with some inquiries about Blah's work.
Yes. Well, Blah was working on what do you want to know?
I look at Oliver. What did we want to know?
I mean, I guess we want to start off with what they were actually working on. We couldn't find much information, but we do know the person the story was about, and we thought maybe we could add something to finish it.
Oh, the story that she was working on when she died?
Yes, that one.
Well, I don't know everything about it. All that I remember is that she was working on. She had found something that she said was really important at the observatory, and before she got into this crash, and she went up there to interview somebody called Selena Murray, who was supposed to have all of these answers, and after the crash, some policemen came in and talked to my boss about that article, and said that the article was and after that my boss just told everyone that the article was about the the Gemini Observatory having found life in the stars, having found alien life, but Blood didn't believe in aliens at all, and it's I don't. And she wasn't the kind to go make pieces about aliens or anything of the sort. She really went out of her way for this story, and I know she found something big, and something very secret, and then that mysterious accident happened. Oh gosh, she just drove off a cliff apparently, and completely wrecked the car that she was in, and lucky the person that she was talking to just survived. It always bugged me, but they were supposed to do the interview at the observatory, I think, and I never quite understood why Selena was in the car. Selena Murray said that she was heading, that they were going to do the interview somewhere else, and no notes were found about the interview, so I guess that must have been true. That's all I know. I know that everybody seems to think it's an alien story, but it wasn't. I can tell you for sure it wasn't.
If she didn't believe in aliens, did she believe in something else?
I don't. She believed in finding out the truth with proof, and when she talked to me last, she was talking about this. I don't know. She said she'd found something at the observatory, something that could change everything, and maybe she had this twinkle in her eye, and maybe she did find some sort of proof about life in the stars. But I don't know. Does any of this correlate with the information that you're trying to bring me?
It does. It does indeed. It actually makes a lot of sense.
So what have you found that could help me with this story?
I'm not entirely sure you'd believe it.
Try me.
I look at Philip and be like, should we? Should we really try?
I'll nod and say, yeah, but we can try. Just keep it on the down low.
Oliver will shrug and say, I suppose life in the stars isn't wrong, although they're not aliens. This is really complicated. Would you like to come for a drive for us, and we can introduce you to some people, and this will make a lot more sense. And I'm not very good at explaining this.
Anything? I really want to know more about this story, but so I'll come with you. But you better start making more sense if you want me to believe what you're saying. And they're taking notepads and a pen, and they're ready to write stuff down, basically.
Yeah, if you want more sense, this is not the place to go. But guess we're going there anyways.
You'll get some answers and a lot more questions.
Well, that's what most of my job is about. So.
All right.
Finding out the right questions to ask. Okay. They follow you until the car, and then in one of the passenger seats, there's a few gallons of oil of gas with a mechanism on top with a timer, and they're like, what's this?
Oh, that's a show.
Show
pyrotechnics. We're putting on a play of sorts. It actually has quite a bit to do with what your friend might have found at the observatory, believe it or not.
I do not, but maybe you'll start making. Yeah. They pause for a second, and they're saying, just please drive carefully. I don't want to end up like blah. And they enter the vehicle. So who's gonna be making the so what sort of explanation do you give them while you're driving up the mountain?
Chris, would you like to try your hand at this? But, it's easy, trust me.
I don't think Theo heard what you were saying.
Okay. Chris, would you like to try your hand at this? It's easy, trust me.
As an old man, I have decided it's time for my afternoon nap. And so I am quietly snoring with my head down in my chin down in my chest.
Okay.
All right, well, I guess Chris is out. Well, you see...
So what are we trying to explain? The explosives, or just, in general,
Actually, that's a good question. Are you wondering about the explosives, or what we're taking you to see?
Start with the beginning, please.
Oh, boy.
Whoa, that is a long time ago.
Yeah, like what? Which beginning?
It's-
like for us or for everything?
It all began 11 millennia ago.
Well, actually, I guess the beginning is kind of important.
Yeah. I guess I'll start giving her a very yeah, no thank you. I'll start giving them a very vague history lesson, but like I'll give them like some of the like important details, but nothing like too in depth, and definitely nothing that would get them. Hopefully, nothing that would get them killed right away.
So,
which leaves pretty slim pickings.
Yeah. I remember when I played with this scene with Jonathan got all of the information he could, and then he was like, and never come close to any of this information or you'll die. And then he left. And you're like, come with us! We'll show you! Okay, so they take... You can see that they take notes at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And then they start looking at you worried, and they start looking at the bomb worried. And then they're like, and they keep making notes. But I'm gonna have to ask you to roll a persuasion to get them to believe you, unless if you want to demonstrate a power or something.
I think I'll demonstrate it. Well, what's a good power to demonstrate without like hurting somebody? My first thought was shadow, and then I'm like, oh, that could go really bad.
You know that bomb we have in the car? This is way more dangerous.
Yeah.
oh, like you could do shadow and then just punch someone.
Who would I punch though?
Chris is able to defend against those things really easily.
Chris is asleep.
Oh man, yeah, bind. Yeah. I think I'll cast... I'm not gonna punch Chris. I think I'll cast Bind on Chris and just teleport him to this... Well, let's see. Are we already sitting next to each other? But let's just teleport him into my lap.
Yeah, you could teleport Chris into your lap if he was willing to be teleported, which is unclear when asleep.
Oh, I'm not really asleep. I'm pretending I'm asleep.
Yeah.
So yes, I'll be willing.
The usual one is also like, here, let me shoot my hand.
Oh, with the bomb. I don't know. I could. God, maneuvering with a sword would also be really hard in a car with a bomb in it. I think I'll just cast Bind. I feel like that would be the safest one to do and not set off any explosions. So, though your bravery is beyond measure, your time is not yet here. Let me bind you by my side. I will keep you safe, my friend.
Okay. And you cast it on...
I'll try it on Chris.
Okay, so...
I'm assuming Oliver is driving.
Yeah, so I think Chris was like in the front passenger seat.
Okay.
And next to Oliver, and he just like appears on your... Chris, do you accept being teleported?
Yes.
Okay. So Stefan is suddenly on your lap. And like... Yeah, Jimmy is like, wow, that's... How did you do that?
Ta-da!
Oh.
All that we said. Hopefully you were paying a little bit of attention.
I was,
Hopefully
but
not too much attention.
I was putting you in. I was writing this down to as you might guess, to prepare an article on the weird cult that you're a part of. But I guess I'm scratching those part of those notes.
I mean, we are part of
Appreciate
a
it.
weird cult,
Hmm?
but not. We are part of a weird cult, just not quite in the way you were thinking.
Exactly. And again, most of this would be nice if kept on the down low for your safety and everybody else's.
Wait, so what do you think happened with Selena? With the interview? What does this have to do with blah?
Considering she's a heartless bitch, she probably killed them. Her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. And we,
And she used one of these weird powers to get out of the car unscathed?
most likely, probably, definitely.
That explains it. The report said that she was in the back seat, which was spared from the crash, but that didn't make any sense to me that you drive someone home to talk to them and they wouldn't be in a passenger seat next to you. That's... Oh my god, she was killed!
Yeah.
Wait, why are you involving me in this? I'm okay with writing about this and getting the truth out there, but why now? Um, why me?
We needed information from somebody who was on Blaw's side to try and better understand what happened. And the only way to do that was to explain things to somebody who was on Blaw's side.
And yeah, they say that makes sense. How can I help in any way now that we've started piecing things together? I could investigate this Selena and try to just like Blooded and try to find some tangible proof.
I would probably have you stay far away from Selena,
Or
especially if you don't want to end up like Blaw did.
all right, then I will stay far away from the observatory. Where are we heading to?
The observatory.
Ah.
This is going great.
We're on top
All
of this
according
guy.
to plan. It's nice to know that, you know, after 1 year of playing, you have got your group of characters know what steps to take to resolve the problems. Sorry,
Yep.
no, I'm being an asshole. Like this is not an easy scenario
Yeah.
at all. Okay, so Jamie says no. I want to find the truth. I want to find the truth for Blah in any way that I can. So even if it's risky, you can just teach me how to do that thing to get away from car crashes, and then I'll. Oh.
That's
You
wildly involved.
is it one of those powers where you have to be part of an ancient bloodline or part of the weird cult to use those powers?
Option number 2, kind of. I mean, you can do it without, but they have the materials you need.
Yeah, it's pretty complicated stuff and definitely not something you would learn overnight,
That makes
much
sense.
less in an evening.
So yeah, you're now like arriving at the observatory, and you can see that in the parking lot there's 2 cars. Basically, the crowd of homies is observing the scene, and there's 2 cars that like start to drive towards each other and just like crash into each other at full speed. And Jamie's like, "Oh my god, what's happening?" And like both of them like get out of the car, and you can see it's Oliver and the Jackal, and
Oh my God.
and they're like coming out of the car, healing themselves, and like draw their swords on each other. And Francis, who's inside of Oliver's body, says, "It's my turn to have your title now, Master. Your pathetic way of hunting for the Neo Hermes has led nowhere, and we've been looking all day for them. And and you're arriving." At this time, and they're about to like basically they start like fake attacking each other, and and Francis sounds nothing like Oliver, sounds nothing like the timid character that you were. And the Jackal is also like he starts into a long speech about how how information must be preserved, how the public isn't ready to know the truth, and how his way of controlling the Anubis is the only way to avoid having chaos roam the land. How he's actually playing the Jackal, just more dramatic. So you're driving up to that scene, and you're hearing them because they're stage yelling their lines at each other over the flaming wreck that's behind them. So what do you do?
Oliver just kind of stops the car and freezes.
Okay.
Yeah, just kind of stand there and watch and wait for a second and make sure that we're not gonna completely ruin anything, especially when we bring in our new friend.
All right. Chris, did the sound of the two cars crashing against each other at full speed wake you up, or fake wake you up, or no?
I'll make it seem like I'm waking up, not because of crash or anything, just happened to coincide with the point in time where I just sort of woke up.
Okay. So yeah, you I think Francis Bacon turns to your car and says, I see over there the knaves we've been looking for. They've been foolish enough to return here for whatever reason. We hold the Jackal. We let's report our duel until we've captured them. And the Jackal is like, no, your way of I can't permit you to take my place. Let's finish this duel. And you see Francis trying to improvise online, and he turns to the crowd and says, all right, that is the end of Act 1. We're going to take a small break so that you can take refreshments that my assistant is bringing. And you can see one of the actors is just bringing a tray of drinks, and Francis is saying, these beverages are typical of are typical drinks of this modern age. Everybody drinks Coca-Cola every single day. It has completely replaced water in the modern world. Try it, and a couple of them just try it and spit it back out.
A modern ballad "Toxic" by Britney Spears.
You know what? Somebody has worked out how to use a radio, the couple from a car, and it's just gonna turn on the music and
Uptown Funk.
Yeah, and
I know that didn't come out at that time. I'm thinking too modern.
Yeah, it's the year 2000. Francis starts coming towards you. Jamie says, I'm gonna walk back now. I think.
Valid.
This does not look like a safe place. Like they took a couple of pictures of the entire thing, and
delete those. Burn them.
All right, I'll do that. And yeah, they're basically going to like do some like what's it called in English? Waiting for like
hitchhike.
Yeah, hitchhiking. Yeah, hitching a ride. Yeah. They leave and like Francis comes to you and like he has an expression you don't usually see on Oliver's face. It's just like, why were you got so long? What's the plan? What are we doing?
I'm going to point inside the car and say that'll explode in a spectacular fireball.
What's the context for it?
Let's say Eric Douglas has planted that in the observatory, and when it's found, he tries to blow up the observatory in a spectacular fireball, but one of the Hermes manages to stop him, and instead he gets incinerated by his own fireball.
Great, I love it.
No!
You think you can handle being blown out? Do you have any way of resisting the? I mean, like you made this prop. You obviously know how to rig it so that nobody dies. I'm counting on you. I'm gonna talk to my assistants and figure things out. And like he walks away.
Well, this is gonna go great. You ready to incinerate yourself?
Oh, it's just a small fireball. The real danger is lighting the observatory on fire.
We really gonna do this?
Unless we can end this early. Yes, I think we are. So let's end this early.
Yeah, please. All right. Do we still have any idea what we're doing?
I guess the only thing left for us to do is to investigate Selena's office.
You know what? I think you're right.
Okay. Yeah, you head off to Selena's office and you find her there, waiting for you, and it's Galileo's inside of her body. So he says, "Right, I've been waiting for you, and I hope you come bearing news of those." Traitors. They're clearly improvising the entire play. I do not believe for 1 second that they were actors and that this was rehearsed. My question is, why is Shakespeare covering for them? What have you found?
I believe Shakespeare isn't aware. At least that's what I think. Otherwise, you're right, it wouldn't make sense for him to cover. But then again, we've only been investigating for like an afternoon, so we may not have all the details. In fact, a lot of this is still pretty complex. They are very tricky folk. And we're trying to determine exactly what their next move is going to be.
Listen, I know that you people rehearse, prepare for your roles really well. Get yourselves in the mindsets of the Neo Hermes. What what would they be doing here? Oh no, they have nothing to gain here, apart from rewriting and us. They're here for us. They're gonna kill all of us. I have to warn everyone. And Selena Meringue rushes out starts to go out of the door. What do you do?
Should we stop him or just?
How would they possibly know we were going to do this today?
You're right. Only dead Hermes come to investigate those. Only dead Hermes knew about this whole play, and some Hermes were told not to go and explore this verse, which means unless they have deep cover, which they don't anymore. Well, they couldn't have known. It makes sense. They must be here to hide a secret. That's right, hide a secret of Eric Douglas's life. Something very important. It's a great thing you ended up in Eric Douglas's body, and we can. Whenever they ask you any questions about Eric, you can figure it out. It's that makes sense. Still, we have to be careful in case they decide to use this opportunity that we're not in our palaces and vulnerable to kill all of us. Stay on your guards. And he's gonna leave.
I
All right, I guess he's made his choice.
Yeah. Gives us time to search the office.
All right.
Yep.
Go ahead and make a search test, everybody. It's under Libra, middle column towards the middle.
Chris, do you want to keep watch or do you want to search?
Oh yeah, somebody could keep watch.
I'll keep watch.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you roll for vigilance then, please? Okay. You are going to see Philip's fan basically just going into Philip's room down from the corridor and just basically start searching the place. And she is just like throwing papers and your possessions out of the room as if just like clearing them to look what she's looking for. But apart from this, you see nobody else. All right. So, Oliver, you rolled a 13, so you are able to look through everything, and basically you're going to look. You find a calendar with list of dates, and 2 years ago, like on the date of the accident, the only thing that you see is interview with the interloper is like on Selena's schedule, and like at the time when what's it called when the interview happened. But apart from this, it seems like Selena didn't keep traces of her nefarious activities. There isn't actually that much things that are related to the Hermes in here. Couple of ritual objects and ritual Hermes robes. You also find something that's a list of Hermes, of known dead Hermes, and everything that's like their favorite foods, their what they like, what they don't like, and basically like Galileo has like marshmallows written in like big letters. Um, Basically, like just she knows everything that her bosses like or don't like. That's about all you find.
All right. Well, I guess that's good to start off with. Anyone else have any ideas?
Um, check Eric's place. We check Selena's place. She's been there. I don't know. Chris, do you have any ideas?
I do not.
Trying to come up with something.
I mean, as far as other places to look, I don't have anything.
Yeah. I mean, do you think it'd be helpful at all to try and find out who Blah is? Because I doubt that they actually went by Blah, but something happened to.
I agree.
I don't know.
Does
Figuring out
anyone
her name will be helpful at all, though.
know what verses Selena knew?
There was the one to find information. I know that one. Having a hard time remembering if we've seen any others, but I'm sure that Selena knows a lot.
Okay. I finished the Oracle. If you want to cast it,
Yeah.
go ahead and.
But Alexander himself, in a letter to his mother, said that he has the secret answers from the oracles that he shall tell her alone upon his return.
And in a ghostly voice, the words come to you.
All life is a stage, and Eric's a mage. The path is clear. Help Shakespeare. Solve the case and win the race. Path of light, path of dark. Save actors from their blight, or on murders of Hermes embark. So I guess we gotta. I feel like the next clear step is to just do what Shakespeare tells us.
All right. How do you think we should make this this finale as cool as possible? I mean, we've got a giant explosion. Where do you think we should put it?
I think we should follow your earlier idea and find ways to not die, and keep it as far away from the actors as possible.
It's a horrible idea. I don't know.
Of course we do, Simon. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to put it anywhere and accidentally, like, enrage all of the Hermes and make them aware of anything, by, like, actually blowing up the building. I mean, then again, this is actually just a verse, so I guess they wouldn't give a shit. Um, What do we want to destroy?
I mean, the why aren't words working today?
Big mood.
The telescope.
You want some coffee?
I'm drinking tea.
It has caffeine in it, so that's good.
Yes, it does. It's just not working.
No!
The telescope would be pretty spectacular.
That would
And
definitely get some attention.
you could close off that room fairly easily.
True. Keep it from going to bananas.
Does your verse work if you're looking through like a camera or something?
No.
Teleporting verse?
No, it is not.
No. Every power that most powers that are at a distance require direct line of sight. Philip is very likely to teleport to where the camera is, but not through it.
No, like if Philip were to teleport me, could he do it through a camera?
No.
All right.
Like he couldn't point at a camera that you would, whose video feed you were watching and teleport you to.
Well, okay, yeah.
Then if we put it in the vault room, just before the door closes, you could teleport me out, and then
Yeah, I could do
giant fireball we can show on a bunch of cameras. That should be entertaining, right?
that. Definitely be something.
Okay. All right. So you hear Shakespeare and his troupe are like coming towards you, and there's like 5 actors who are following. One of and he arrives and he says, "All right, we have more or less the gist of what we're going to do. You're going to be background villains. You basically your story is not going to be explored as much as it is the." We're going to conclude the arc with Oliver with my character surviving the jackal and taking on his mantle after realizing that the jackal's way was the right one all along after his master has died. Okay, but we're going to need you for the fight scene. We're going to need you to go in there to have some wit, to have some very good. Two-liners. Wait, no, one-liners. That's what they call it these days, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We need you to enter the stage and be spectacular. And listen, I'm going to let my assistant tell you how to set this up real quick while we go back on the stage. And
before you leave, we were thinking. Before you leave, we were thinking that it could be interesting to have the final showdown take place in the telescope room where Eric Douglas has set up a trap.
Oh, fantastic!
And in the final moments, Eric will reveal himself, and that there is a bomb in the telescope room, and then Oliver will dive out and just make it out in time, while Eric is trapped in the room and destroyed by his own creation.
All right.
That should give them what they want, right?
Perfect. I'll get everybody to move to that room for Act 2.
All right, we're doing this.
Yeah, he just said he's gonna put like all of the Hermes in the room
Wait.
that's gonna explode.
Outside the room. Outside the room.
Yeah, while you're doing that, I'll set up some cameras so they can watch the final explosion.
Okay, are we gonna have them watch like a live feed video?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
All right, just tell me what room to. Is there a room that you can link camera feeds to that could fit all of them? You can think of a room that has screens and stuff.
Yeah, like the general security room, or like the.
Yes, there
Cafeteria
is
too.
this one. Huh?
The cafeteria does too, right?
The cafeteria does not have screens.
Oh, okay, never mind.
The security room and the vault room are your two options for things that have screens that can be hooked to the different cameras.
Okay. And the vault room is not the same room as the room with the telescope, or is that the same room?
Oh no, the vault room is under the telescope, and
Okay.
it's where you used to go to like get beamed up.
Okay.
Yeah,
They
it's
have
the
a
place we're about to
planetarium?
blow up.
Hmm?
Do they have a planetarium? That would
Oh,
have,
you know what? I think we're gonna say that yeah, there is a planetarium. It's just that like the screens there are not necessarily set up to be linked to the cameras in the place. You'd need to make a technology check. Someone would need to make a technology check to rewire them if you wanted to use the planetarium.
Oliver will make a technology check.
Yeah, too bad we don't have anybody that's good at that.
Right.
Okay. So you're gonna send everyone to the planetarium. Okay. So one of the actors just says, "Listen, they're really more and more talking about executing all of us. So, Francis told me that you know things about verses. Do you know of any way to escape this place? Because I do not want to die."
The easiest way for you to not die is probably just to rehearse what you're going to do and not make it more believable, make it look professional. They think you're traitors because they don't think you're acting as professional actors would.
Yeah, you screwed up all three of our rehearsal weeks that we had prepared for this. We started researching the roles as soon as this person died. Now, do you know any way to leave the verse at all? Anything that could, apart from just going until the end, which. If we finish the verse too soon before the case that is supposed to happen is resolved, then they're gonna be stuck here and bored as ever. We listen. I do not want to have my first death was not very pleasant, and I do not want my second one to be at the hands of the people who killed me the first time.
That is understandable. I'm going to look at Philip and say, there was one way to do it, but I forget. What was it again?
A little something called rewriting.
I
And
thought there was another.
as far as I'm aware, it was wait till the end, finish a rewriting segment, or die.
Last time you had talked about the possibility of creating using the periscope of the submarine, but that was
Right.
Chris's idea.
I mean, we have the actual telescope here, so that'd be even easier now. We won't even have to improvise anything.
Yeah.
Actually, that is the easiest way to get out of here. We
Yeah.
just all use the telescope and then blow up the room. Magic.
Hey. There we go.
So what do you do?
Everyone think that'll work?
It's definitely worth a shot.
I don't think you actually got to try the telescope in the previous verse, so you don't. So this is purely
Yeah.
theoretical.
If worst comes to worst, we'll just be executed.
It'll be fine.
Yeah, if worst comes to worst, we'll just be executed. So I think you need to think about what you're saying before you say it.
No.
It'll be fine. Executions are nice if you have popcorn.
Right.
Okay. So,
We're expelled.
you hear clapping coming from the I guess the room that has the telescope in it, because that's where you told the basically the yeah, they're going to be in the room that has the telescope, and then they're going to move to the planetarium at some point. So, what do you do? Rehearse, investigate.
I'll make a technology check to connect the planetarium.
All right. Do you use any? It's going to take you about an hour of work with normal runtime. Do you want to use any primes and penalties?
I guess I'll take fast and -3.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and roll technologies. Ooh, looking good. 2 digits. Yeah. Even with the -3, you
I have a +13 to it.
All right. So yeah, you're rigging things up in the planetarium. What is Chris doing during this hour?
That's a good question. I'll just assist as needed.
Okay. Like, do you want to assist Philip? Do you want to assist the actors? Do you want to assist with the investigation, or with the preparing the bomb, or yeah? Who are you assisting?
Whoever needs help the most.
Okay. Philip, what do you do, and would you need help for it?
Do I do? I think. Okay, so Oliver's working the cameras.
Mhm.
I really want to try and see if there's a way to solve that case while we have time, but I cannot think of anything. So I guess I'll just be assisting the actors and helping them get ready for the plan and make sure the ones that at least are taking part in the plan are all aware of it, and try and drill it into their heads that they need to put on a good show in case if it doesn't work.
Yeah, they all know they're going to be executed. They're already. Do you want to roll for leadership to try to boost their morale? Do you take any primes and penalties?
Yeah, I probably should. I could do.
I'll pull them up for you.
Yeah, thank you. I was like, I have one in my head, and then I was like, I got it. Actually.
Okay.
Never know how to apply these into social situations.
Yeah. Danger could be like you risk outing yourself as a neo Hermes to someone. Underwhelm would not work and neither would damage reduction work. You could take your time, and then it's going to take like you the same amount of time as the other thing. Now I have just one question. Do concerning the investigation, do you need anything else to confront Selena based on what you have?
I'm sure we do. I just can't. Yeah, I know there's something.
Were you going to look at trying to find the person's name?
Yes. I don't know if that'll help us, but it might be worth something. Because there must be a reason that the name is hidden. Okay, so maybe not that.
I am so sorry about that.
Okay, so no, looking on the wrong path.
Oh, yeah.
My brain is so.
Yeah, because like I don't like right now. There's a bit of a problem because there seems to be multiple objectives, which is what I had intended.
Yeah.
Like there's the play going on. There's the Hermes who are present that you could do something about. There's what's it? There's just like and there's the mystery if you want to rewrite the verse. So like basically what I'm when I gave you some time to like piece together things is like I was trying to get you to decide which one was most important and how you were going to go about it. So
According
yeah.
to the oracle, the path is clear helped Shakespeare and solve the case, win the race. So I don't know if that's saying that in helping Shakespeare will solve the case, but I don't know. I think it may be worth it to just devote trying to get this play to go well.
Okay. So yeah, you want to just take your time to like encourage those people. I don't think that okay, unless you fail this role, I don't know what Chris is going to help you with.
Okay.
So if you take your time, you can have a +3 to your leadership role. Okay. Yeah, that's definitive success. Like yeah, you are boosting the actors. They're gonna get like +3 to their acting. Like they're completely improvising and like like they talk to each other saying, oh, we could do we could do what we did inside of what's her name.
Every single verse we've gone to.
Yeah, like they referenced like how they played out things in different verses when they were like acting through them. Like they make references to historical figures you didn't even know were had verses to them, and like yeah, they're really motivated. Okay, so that doesn't take you as much time. Like that takes you half an hour just to motivate them. You still have some time before Oliver's done with this thing. What do you do in the meantime?
Yeah, I don't know.
Investigate something.
What though?
I don't know. Chris, you're helping.
Sure, what do you need me to do?
I don't know. We need to investigate something, but I don't know what. I'm going over this oracle to see if there's like some hint in there that I'm not picking up. I don't know.
I wrote this in like 2 minutes.
So it's probably nothing
Don't
like
just-
super deep, but
Yeah.
then again, like I'm oblivious as all fuck. So like I was like I may be like just missing an entire line.
No, it's like it's not at all like the verse I worked on for like super long where I was hiding references to PTSD and stuff. Like, it's nothing like this.
Okay.
Um.
Check someone off.
Yeah.
Then I don't. Do we know anything else about Blah and where maybe we could find?
It's been a couple of years, so like
Yeah,
if they were
if
like
there was extra info, it'd already be. Yeah.
you do know one person that Selena reports to, her boss. Galileo.
Also, just so happens to be here.
Yes, inside of Selena Murray's body as well.
Oh God. Good times. Yeah. Okay, so I guess we could try. Well, I don't know. Not good at diplomacy.
You can always get somebody who's very good at diplomacy to do it for you, or someone who's good at punching to help you through it.
We should beat up Galileo again.
Every time we see him, let's just beat up Galileo. Yeah, I guess we should confront Galileo and try and see what he knows about all this and maybe glean a little bit of information off of him. Maybe. I don't know. I'm still nervous about that.
Do you ask Chris to help you with this?
Oh,
or?
absolutely.
Okay,
I
so
do not go alone.
How do you ask Chris to help you on this?
So I have a feeling that Galileo has the answers we need. I'm still trying to figure out how to go about finding those answers, and I can really use another hand if you're available.
Galileo, he's the one we ran into in the Vercingetorix one, right?
Yep. Yeah, he is currently in Selena's body in this verse.
Also, you have been keeping your cool quite a lot, but he is still the person who killed Stefan.
True. We don't talk about that.
But Stefan got better.
Well, okay.
Mostly.
You helped. You helped.
No. We definitely don't talk about that.
So we're okay. So are we in someone's memory palace now, or are we in a verse now?
We're in a verse.
Yeah, you're basically inside of Selena Murray's office, like planning for stuff, while Oliver is in the planetarium fixing the screens, and like some of the actors are present, like talking about what the next scene should be.
Okay. So, well, what happens to? Nothing happens to Selena if something happens to her body here, right? That's inhabited by Galileo.
Correct.
Also, she's already dead. You killed her last session.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure she's dead. My memory is a little faulty, but I'm pretty sure.
Well, so what do you want? What do you want to do? You want to?
I guess
You
we
want
can
to
kind of
talk
do
to
whatever
them?
the hell we want.
Role playing.
Okay. Let's go. Let's go talk to her.
All right. Let's.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess if we're just beat up Galileo again.
All right. So you you arrive in the basically in the telescope room where there's currently a scene unfolding with let's see Oliver, like Francis inside of Oliver's body, and the jackal, and we're gonna say like and Kaua Palekiko is also there, played by one of the actors, and you from what you pick up based on their dialogue, there's a love triangle involved with the three of them. Yeah, like it's a very complicated situation, and they're like all speaking in like Shakespearian actors, so it's like hard to follow if you don't know the plot already. But yeah, and a lot of the crowd is like a lot of the Hermes, including Galileo, start whispering when you arrive and like pointing fingers at you, like yeah, you're the bad guys entering the scene. So what do you do?
Heyo, intermission's still going on. Just gotta.
They're acting.
Oh.
Yeah, they started acting again and just like clapping and stuff.
Okay, I misunderstood. I completely misunderstood that. My brain fried. Nah. Okay, never mind. I don't do that. Instead, I realize what's going on like a sensible person, and I So they look at us, we're the enemy. I guess I will take on not like a offensive stance and start trying to throw some quips at them about how they are but bugs beneath our feet and we will get what we've deserved for years.
Okay. All right. Yeah. They turn to you and they say, "Oh no, the enemy is here again. How did they get inside?" And Kawa say, "Oh no, it's Philip, my second beloved. You've arrived at the worst time." And like the other two draw their swords on you. Chris, what do you do?
How close am I to Galileo, or to Selena as Galileo?
He's inside of the crowd. You're like, I'd say 5 meters away.
All right, yeah, I attack.
Okay. Yeah, you charge them and you attack Selena. So like, yeah, like a lot of the Hermes just like they don't seem afraid at first, and like. Selena just looks like really confused. Galileo looks really confused, and yeah, he's not expecting this. So go ahead and roll your attack. Let's see.
Well, I'm going to take both at -2 because it's the typical of 3 -3. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I have 2 in brawl. That's gonna go swell.
A lot of dice.
So 13 and 13. Yeah, you're beating that, even if you roll, unless you roll a double 1, which you're not doing. Okay, so yeah, you grab Galileo. You also silence.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
It's part of the free action. So yeah, you're grabbing him like. What do you do after that? Do you start like grabbing him? Did you start like dragging him towards the exit? Just Um,
Oh, I'm just going to look directly into his eyes and begin talking.
okay. Yeah, like okay. So the some of the actors seem confused by this breaking of the fourth wall and attacking the audience, and they stutter a little bit. Philip, what do you do?
I will take a stance of leadership and say, we have come for one, and I'll motion for Chris to bring Galileo backstage and try and move quickly enough while they're distracted to make it look like it was a planned attack that they could not defend against.
Okay, so the other ones, the actors are saying, no, we won't let you kidnap our beloved boss Selena Murray. And Cowboy says, no, not her. She's my third love. And yeah, they're all three of them are going to like move to attack you. But like. Yeah, go ahead and roll subterfuge or persuasion to. You have 6 in subterfuge.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, acting is subterfuge now.
Ooh, I take that darkness.
Okay. Yeah, the other one was a failure. Okay, yeah. So you take control of the situation. Okay, yeah. You manage to make it like convincing. You do the entire prop fight, and at some point, Kawa yells, "You're no match for the three of us. Here, I kill you!" And like it's a very obvious strike, and the other two are like holding their swords back. They're not even fighting. Do you let yourself be killed?
I'll block it
He's obviously aiming for like right next to you.
Yeah. I'll take it and then I'll take it and let myself drop and then I'll just quietly crawl off stage.
Okay. Like the audience is like, what the fuck is this? Where's the blood? You have karma. Regenerate. Take the blow, you coward. And yeah, like Kao, like the actor who's playing Kao, is like just standing over you, and like he has this cruel smile with the golden teeth that you've never seen on Kawa's face, and he says, and you hear him saying, whispering, "Sorry," and he's gonna like, do you let yourself get stabbed?
Yeah.
Okay, you take 8 points of damage.
Okay.
Francis is going to use, Shakespeare. Whatever, is going to use this opportunity to direct everyone to the other room. Chris, Galileo is like struggling against you, and like as soon as you drag him to the other room, he says, he stops fighting and he like taps your hand. Do you let him speak?
No, like I said, I'm speaking to him.
Okay, what do you say?
You killed Stefan. Your life is forfeit. You live only as long as Philip has need for you to answer questions. If at any moment in time Philip ceases to see your value in remaining alive, I'm going to snap your neck.
Holy shit.
You can see that there's like fear and confusion in his eyes, and like
I'm just nodding at him.
Okay. And like you see him like like trying to slowly realizing that Stefan isn't this troll. Like Stefan is an old man who shouldn't be like holding him like this, and he starts like kicking nearby objects to try to make a sound. But you have like you've got him. You've got him immobilized. Philip enters the room.
Whew. All right. Time to find out what's up.
I think Oliver is also done with the
Thank God.
lights. So Oliver also is also going to enter. So the three of you are alone with Galileo / Selena.
I just look over at Oliver and say, "Hey, look who we got."
Yeah, that is who we got. If you're all good here, I've got one more thing to do. I hope I still have time before they. Well, before the last act. And Oliver is going to leave again. He's planning to.
Well. Before you do go, you're here rewriting this verse to solve this case. Are you sure you don't want to take part in any of this and figure this out?
Guess I kind of have to.
Probably. I don't know. What do you need done? Maybe one of us can go do it for you?
I mean, I was going to blow up all of the Hermes.
Oh!
Yeah, the person who's rewriting the verse was going to murder a bunch of characters.
Yeah, thank goodness we kept you here. Yeah.
You know how you said Oliver can't be trusted, and I came up with an excuse on why you can? As I just said, it's an excuse.
Yeah, it's a great idea. Just make sure this piece of filth here gets the blame for it.
Yeah, we can do that.
I mean, you can write it however you want, right?
Well,
Yeah.
we want to at least have Oliver's side written nicely, since Oliver is the one rewriting it. The rest of us can kind of do whatever to get this.
That's what I'm saying. Don't write it like you did it. Write it like he did it.
Are you Galileo?
Yeah, I'm Galileo.
I mean, as long
I'm just
as
going to
he's the one
slap
that-
him on the forehead a couple times.
along that as long as he's the one that blows up the explosive, I figure that's probably him, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, do you think we have time to set them before everyone gets there?
They were heading there right now. But you know the layout of the place pretty well to know where all of the adjacent rooms are.
All right. Do you guys want to talk to Galileo, or do you want me here for that? Because I guess anyone can set up a big enough explosive in an adjacent room.
You should probably stay away from the explosives.
Okay, well, Philip, do you know how to do stuff like that? I mean, I'm just guessing, so it can't be any worse than me.
I mean, I assume that it doesn't take a whole lot of genius to make something blow up. Maybe to do it precisely, yes, but to make something blow up, I might be able to make it happen.
What did you set as the trigger, Oliver? Did you just do you have it like? Is it just a switch? Is it a timer?
Yeah.
Is it?
Oliver just has or he was just going to grab a normal, some sort of detonator.
Detonator. Okay, yeah. So basically, it's just putting it in the right place discreetly. It's going to be a stealth check.
Okay.
It's going to be a -3 stealth check.
Okay. Could I? Would it be possible to do a prime and penalty to make it a straight roll, or is that not
Sure,
doable?
sure. Yep.
Okay. If I take my time to
Yeah.
and
Okay.
maybe put myself in. I don't know. It would make sense to be putting myself in danger in this situation, I feel.
Yeah, but you can only take 1 prime and 1 penalty. You do not have a lot in stealth, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm okay with you taking that risk. I am
I'm
down.
just trying to think of what's most fitting for the story. Yeah,
Layers to the story,
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be honest, that is why I was planning to have Oliver do it. But,
Yeah, it's just you're the one writing the verse, and so I don't want that to get all screwed up on your end.
If it's a remote detonator, maybe the only thing that's really important is who presses the button.
That's what I was thinking. Ooh, yuck.
Alright. So we can try that then. Having Oliver set it up, and then one of us go and press the button.
Okay.
Nope, one of you is not pressing the button. I have plans.
Oh. Oh.
I'm just not sharing them with Simon yet.
I know what they are, and let me know when you're ready.
That is okay. I'm fine with this, but I should warn you when I don't know what the plan is. Sometimes I'll improvise, and it might not go the way you're expecting, but it also might if you have a great plan. I'm not your enemy, but I'm also fine with not knowing.
All right. Well, Oliver's plan is to cast the Paranoia verse on Galileo, and then give him a detonator to a bunch of explosives.
Oh, shit.
That will blow up the room where the people who are conspiring against him are gathering
Exactly.
to conspire against him.
Yep.
Oh my god.
He's getting replaced. That's why he's here, so that they can kill him.
That's how I heard it.
I heard them talking while I was setting up the video feeds.
My only concern is we want we want to keep you as distant from this as we can, Oliver. So I'm like, unless you want this to become a dark verse, but
Oliver didn't kill him. Galileo did. Oliver didn't even prompt him.
I don't know. With the use of the verse, I'm afraid it might be seen as prompting.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of Oliver's problem. He doesn't see it as prompting.
I love it.
All right. So, what do you? Galileo is still struggling, and you can see he probably regrets not setting up his Archon and his Diva to do things when he's being silenced. But yeah, basically he's not able to react properly right now. So what do you do?
I mean, I guess Philip's going to set some explosives.
Okay. Roll for stealth at -3.
Unless Theo does not want Philip to do so.
Yeah, would it be possible for you to set up the explosives and for me to press? I don't know. I want to keep you as removed from it as possible. Oh. I don't know. What's the worst that could happen if I fail this roll? A lot.
Yeah.
We're literally playing with fire here. Okay. Oliver, how about you set up the device, and then I'll be the one to press the button of my own will.
Alright, fine. I really wanted to get back at Galileo for killing Stefan, but
you'll get a
if
chance.
you want to do it yourself, we can just let Galileo get off scot-free.
Oh no!
And never get our revenge on him for that heinous act. I mean, he forced you to kill your mentor. How does that feel?
Do you really want me to roll this stealth roll? Because it will not go well.
Oh, you didn't have the same plan I did. Shame.
Oh no, Oliver is willing
Mine's
to set the
better.
explosives. He's just trying to convince you that getting Galileo to press the button is the better plan than you pressing the button.
Okay, I see.
Oh, don't worry.
All right.
I think we'll be able to get him to press the button. Just you don't worry about it at all, Oliver.
Yeah, Oliver will go put some explosives in a room. Is it any minuses?
Oh my god, I just realized something. There's gonna be so much echo because I'm not wearing headphones and the thing is looping. God damn it. Hold on. Can you go on the table? There's like a couple of white headphones. Could you, the round table. Thank you very much, Theo.
Of course.
Okay. Yeah. So, you've been discussing this entire plan in front of Galileo, and he does not look happy about the entire situation.
Well, yeah. Oliver, I wasn't planning to.
Is he not unconscious yet?
Oh, yeah. He can be unconscious if you've been like suffocating him this entire time.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I thought that was a given.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Alright, thank you. Give me 1 second. Gosh, I am so sorry. The audio is going to be the worst.
That's okay.
Okay.
Are there any minuses to the stealth roll?
Yes, it's a -3 stealth roll.
I'm going to take efficiency and risk.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, you are able to successfully set the explosives in the room right under where this entire thing is without being spotted by anyone bringing it inside and stuff like this. You probably have like a janitor's thing to like be extra stealthy. Okay. Yep. You set up the explosives. In the meantime, in the room where Philip and Chris and Galileo are, what do you do?
Is there any information we want to try and derive from this guy, or should we just... I know that there's information to derive from him, but my brain is so shot.
You kidnapped him to try to solve the Selena related murder because he's her boss.
Okay. So what exactly is there to solve? Because we know Selena did it. Do we need to figure out how she did it? Or what exactly are we trying to figure out here?
Well, it's really up to your characters to decide how you want to rewrite this. It's based on what you think. It's based on what you think the right thing to do is, based on the evidence that you have and and everything, and the fact that this and just if you're certain that based on the evidence you have she killed him, you can just do whatever. But if you're not certain, you can just you might need to clear it up. I don't know. It's
yeah. I don't know. I feel pretty certain that this was Selena's doing.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we could, for the second time, execute Selena. Or maybe go about it in a lighter way if we don't want to turn this into a dark verse.
I'm telling you, get Galileo to blow up all his cohorts.
Yeah, don't worry. It's going to get real dark.
I guess we're going dark.
You got those explosives ready yet?
Oliver returns in the room.
Oliver will nod, yeah.
Good.
Oliver, can you roll for vigilance, please, Oliver? Ooh, that is not good. Okay.
Nope.
You do not perceive anything out of the ordinary. So, what do you do?
All right.
You got the explosives rigged?
Oliver will nod.
And everyone's inside?
Was everyone inside?
You didn't see?
Oh, okay. Oliver will say,
Check the cameras.
I guess there are probably cameras.
Okay.
That's what you made your roll for, was...
Yeah, but it's to rig the room that all of them are in to be able to see the actors in another room.
Yeah.
Well, it's a planetarium. It's already got screens designed for you to project any source you want through the system onto the screens. That's
Yes.
kind of how a...
Yes.
So that... We were looking to get cameras so that we could look into the room, right?
No.
That was what...
No, that's not what he did.
We're
He
connecting the security system to the media system, basically.
So basically, like, he set up this room so that all of the Hermes could look at what was happening in another room through the screens, based on what the actors were doing. So right now the actors are playing in another room, and the audience is inside of the planetarium. There are two other rooms through which you can consult the cameras.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it has security cameras, so if we went to the security room, we could look through the cameras.
All right. So, are you? So what do you do? Do you all go there? Do you go there? Does only one person go there? Like,
I would like to very specifically clarify at this point that at no point in time is Galileo/Selena ever leaving my arm's reach or I'm one eye at all times on them.
okay.
No opportunity for escape, no opportunity for muttering a verse, no opportunity to do anything at all.
I'm gonna ask that you roll for vigilance to see if you manage to stay vigilant on your task the entire time. If you don't get distracted by anything. I mean, he is unconscious.
No, he's not. He appears to be unconscious. What would be the modifiers on that?
It would be a straight roll, but you can take some primes and penalties. So you could take the risk penalty, which would mean if you failed, something automatically good happens on top of you, not perceiving what's happening for something bad for you, basically. You could take efficacy and difficulty to either give you a +3 or -3 to this roll. You could take I mentioned risk, abandon. You could basically just have a free prime in exchange for letting Galileo go, but you'd be abandoning an advantageous position.
No,
yeah.
I'll just take the straight roll.
Okay. And that's a success. Okay, so yeah, you do see that basically thanks to his karma, he's able to heal at some point, and he seems to be like pretending to be unconscious and listening on what's happening.
Okay, so I will immediately box his ears with a cupped hand to rupture his eardrum.
Oh,
Ooh,
shit.
Okay. Yep. All right. So yeah, you do this with while you have one hand on his mouth.
Yes, we're going to re-grapple.
Okay. Go. All right. One of these days, maybe I'll roll a couple of 12s in a row, and I will escape this horrible grasp. One of these days.
One of these days.
Yeah. Yes,
Today
a
is not
12.
that day.
Yeah, the date is not today. Okay. So yeah, you are able to like stab maybe like scissors into his ears.
No.
No.
I box his ear with a cupped hand right
Okay.
over his ear,
Yeah.
causing the pressure to have nowhere to go except to force his eardrum to rupture inwards.
Okay. Yeah. He is gonna attempt to scream in pain both time, but like yeah, you're holding his mouth down, and yeah. After that, he like tries to escape some more. Do you strangle him again?
Yes, and now I'm going to jam my thumb into his eye all the way down to the base of it to
Okay.
take one eye out.
All right. Which means you're gonna see when he starts to heal. That's actually a really good plan. Okay. So, and you're all yeah. So, and you're all going right now to the camera room, or just Oliver?
Oliver can run over quickly and check.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think all of us need to be there.
All right.
Or
Oliver.
at the very least, Phil will follow, see if they're there, and that way, if they are, he can run straight to where the device is set up.
Okay. Oliver, you can roll a search at +3 because you have a really good view of everything to see if there's anything that's amiss. Nope. Nothing's amiss. Everything's good.
Alright, should I go blow him up?
Perhaps we should talk to Chris first. It seemed like he had a plan.
True.
Okay.
I keep blinking.
So yeah, you return to the room where all of your are holding Galileo right now, and what do you say?
Alright, all seems to be good.
Excellent. You got the detonator on you?
I'm trying to think of what type of detonator they'd have in the year 2000. Although I guess this is a verse, so
Yeah.
there's probably, same as cars exploding, there's probably just like a wireless detonator or something.
Yeah, I think it's based on Eric's knowledge of technology, and he had 2 points in technology, and none of the domains needed to. Yeah, he had crime and police, so he had like only vague ideas of how these things worked.
Yeah, it's probably like a wireless detonator then, which he'll pass over.
Yeah. By the way, Galileo's eye is starting to regenerate.
Good. I'm going to grab his, put my palm on the back of his hand, so I'm grabbing his hand to manipulate it.
Okay.
I'm going to force him to grab that detonator and activate it.
Okay.
With his finger.
Okay. There is the sound of like an explosion, shaking the entire building. There's the sound of rumbling as part of the building collapses onto itself, and in the room next to you, you can hear the telescope groaning, tilting, and finally crashing, and the glass that composes the lenses just shattering in the process. And there are screams. There are people screaming. What do you do?
Huh. I didn't think I put that many explosives in that.
I very, very slowly twist his neck like an owl.
Okay.
Nice.
All right.
As I do so, I look in his eye that's regenerating.
Yeah.
This one's for Stefan.
Okay. By the way, Philip and Oliver, you know that as long as even if the neck is damaged, as long as it's not cut, he still has a way of regenerating at next dawn or.
I know that too.
Yeah. Okay. He's now unconscious. You slowly hear his neck bones just like cracking until they're at an impossible angle, and he seems unconscious again.
Okay. May I borrow your sword?
Of course, and I'll hand him my sword.
I grab her hair by the top of her hair and hold her up just enough to cut her head off.
Okay.
Galileo?
Well,
Yep.
it's inside of Selena's body, so yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that since we've resolved the A plot of the verse, that you've ended the verse on the revenge. So I'm gonna say that the verse is ending here, and it's not going to be rewritten either towards the light or the darkness. Like basically,
Really?
it's
a beautiful ending.
Yes,
What do you mean?
it's a terrific ending, but I think that you were like morally very ambiguous during the entire thing, and you like basically like the only way I could, with everything that happened in this verse, the only words I could think of to rewrite a verse would be mashing my keyboard to create some words. But yeah, like you awaken inside of the
That's the only one you could think of? I would think of something like, and in the end, those who live by the sword die by the sword.
Nice. But yeah, like you emerge. You emerge from the verse. You wake up inside of the of the sealed room, and yeah, you just killed a lot of dead Hermes.
And the world is a better place.
I mean, Oliver went from let's rewrite this verse to a light verse to hey, look at all these people we could take out of the equation.
Yeah. All right. What time did we start at?
3.
3. Oh yes. So we're playing until 7. Okay, cool. Okay. So Oliver, you emerge from this and you're still balanced. You don't win any light points or darkness points. And the verse that's inside of you realize that it's like the phrasing might change a little bit, but it stays the same pairs of verses. And yeah. What do you do when you wake up?
Well, it wasn't the objective we set out to achieve, but I'd say it's a pretty good objective nonetheless.
Yeah, all things considered. Yeah, especially considering what we found when we went in the verse. Yeah,
The gods at the end of time are going to have a look at this verse and they'll be like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck?
You're assuming there will be gods at the end of time to look at.
Yes, that is accurate.
Don't forget, Chris is going to beat all of them in a duel and take their place.
Right. So So I'm gonna be honest here. Since your main objective to end the campaign was to find find out like which galaxy to point the thing to find the top honcho Orpheus's memory palace. I had two characters who could help you inside of this verse. So like basically I had leads for the next scenario based on the characters you could interact with, but I believe one of them is dead now. So I don't really know like where to go from this from here on. So I'm gonna just ask you, what do your characters do after after writing this verse? Do you you are your own bosses at this point? So I don't know. Do you like have a debrief? Have a I don't know. What do your characters do? I'll leave it up to you.
I mean, yeah, it would be good to talk about what went right and what went wrong.
Sure.
And then maybe take a look at, see if whose memory palaces have disappeared.
Nobody's. They don't disappear after they die.
Are they just not interactable anymore?
No, they're still interactable. All of the ones inside of the Vercingetorix verse are still accessible along with their memories.
So, what do you mean when you say we killed them in then?
Oh, the people who inhabited them are gone, because that was their second death. Just like if you killed Stefan right now in anybody's, it would be his second death. He'd be like permanently dead. So basically, their memory palaces are still in the sky. The galaxies haven't disappeared, but they are all of the ones that you successfully killed are not returning to that place, to like their memory palace.
Still go in and see their memories.
Huh?
But someone could still go in and see their memories?
Absolutely. You could use the telescope if you knew where to aim it, but you don't know where any of these people's memory palaces are. You just know that there's galaxies.
Well, that's inconvenient.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm out of ideas.
I mean, Philip could always just die.
I mean, that is an option, but not an ideal one.
that was a bit that did come out a little bit out of nowhere, but at this stage it's the best plan I can think for the campaign. I don't know. Like anyways, like I'll let you like basically piece things together. There is something. The telescope, as it was pointed towards the verse when it was opening, and when you went there, you did note like it did pick up something. Multiple, like basically the video feed. Like some of the Neo Hermes who are observing it, show you the video feed, and they show you basically a bunch you can see yourselves being carried up by your archons and your divas towards the stars that composed this verse, and you can see also about like 30 people converging in the same way towards the verse a couple of seconds after you entered it, being like carried by their archons and their divas from different directions of the night sky. So yeah, you have some visual indicators. You have the telescope picked up on this before starting to record the verse, and yeah, like Stefan is who was observing the entire thing, like walks up to you and says, Wow, this was. Congratulations on making it out alive, but this was a mess.
Stefan, every single time we've tried to do this, it has been a mess. Why is that surprising?
Is this the real Stefan? The real Stefan wouldn't be surprised by this.
So yeah, what would you? Yeah, Stefan shows you the video, and he says, we might be able to determine the direction that some of them were coming from, and determine where their memory palaces were. But that's all that's going to do is, since many of them died, is point us towards galaxies we should not explore, or I think. We did see a couple of people being carried by their archons and divas out of the verse, including you when you returned.
Where did those ones go?
I can pinpoint 7 people surviving. They headed out. Well, I can ask the Alison. She's very good with stars. She'll be able to pinpoint to which galaxies they were heading to. Lots of those galaxies, I believe, they are quite ancient. So people they're all people who died a while back. Well, actually, no. Some of them are going to be very recent. 3 of them are very recent galaxies that just appeared, and the other 4 are more ancient.
Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to check out the older 4. That might go with some.
All right.
Some clues.
Do you want to wait until a full karma regeneration cycle, or do you want to go now? While they're still. Because if they use any verses or any karma to heal, they won't be in the perfect spot right now.
Yeah, sure. I think the sooner the better.
I mean, yeah, I'm good on karma.
Chris?
I haven't spent karma. I'm good.
I've spent a little bit, but with the rest of y'all being good, I should be all right.
Okay. So, Stefan is going to meditate a little bit. And after 2 minutes, he opens his eyes and he says, all right, the oldest galaxy is this one, and and we actually saw it was a galaxy that was close enough to what we were observing that we could spot where the person returning from the verse went. It's the oldest one that appeared according to Alison, so it's going to be an ancient dead Hermes. Remember, they have the ability to train, to keep learning and training after their deaths. So, if it's an enemy, it'll be a tough fight, but that person will not be expecting you.
How many times are we going to have to kill them to make them dead for good?
Well, if you don't miss, just one more time, and that'll be done.
Okay.
Okay. You head back towards the vault room. It is sealed behind you, and the telescope is activated, projecting you towards a galaxy. And you materialize inside of a well. You're at the bottom of a well. Now, every time you visited Alison's memory palace, you always appeared at the same entrance when you arrived. And yeah, your feet are deep in water, and you above your head you can see that there's a metal. What's it called?
Like a grate?
Grate, yeah. Stopping, like basically just blocking your way upwards. What do you do?
I start pressing my hands on the wall to see if I can find anything that might work as a ladder or anything that might press inward that could do like a secret door.
All right. Roll. Okay, everybody, roll for dodge, please.
Oh no. Let's see.
Okay.
I'll take that darkness.
Okay. And Chris, roll for dodge as well, please.
Let's dodge.
Capricorn, third column towards
I
the
got it.
middle. Okay. And yeah, you got it. Okay. Theo, do you take another bet?
Yeah.
Okay, so write down the.
Went ahead and did it.
Oh, okay, perfect. All right, you're way ahead of
Get
me.
to it.
Yeah. So basically, like you all hear like Philip presses one of the stones, and you all hear a click, and there's a couple of metal hoses that slide in from different places above you and start pouring basically liquid fire on you, and you all like just like dodge in time not to be burnt by rolling by just like dodging under the water right on time. But the fire is going to like basically you're all underwater, looking at each other. It's very bright because there's fire at the surface of the thing, and
What?
and the fire does not seem to be stopping. So, in fact, the water is getting hotter. So what do you do?
What the fuck?
All right, so hold on a second. So Philip just started grabbing and pressing stuff?
Yeah. And it activated a trap.
Okay.
I don't think there'd be a
And-
trap inside somebody's memory palace.
Yeah, but the person who talked to you just before said that there was that her job was ensuring like the protection of memory palaces against intruders. The table of clay.
So these metal tubes that came out,
Mm-hmm.
were they just at the bottom?
No, like we're gonna say there's 4 of them, and they were like at different stages above your heads. You can see where the streams hit the water, and just like plunge what seems to be like a black liquid that's on fire, like into the water and like makes it boil. So you can tell about the trajectories of those the stream. So what do you do?
So, well, my reaction would be to go up, not down.
Okay.
Would be to
Mhm.
try and climb those metal tubes.
All right. They're-
I know that they're going to be probably as hot as the stuff coming out of them,
Mhm.
but through superior willpower and only touching them very quickly to launch yourself up, much like people who can walk across hot coals.
All right.
That would be my goal.
So please roll athleticism at -3, and you automatically have the risk penalty associated with this action, because I can just give penalties. It's part of the rules when there's lots of danger involved.
Athleticism,
Yes.
and it's -3.
Yes. You can take other primes and penalties on top of the risk one.
No.
Okay. Oh yeah, 25. Okay, yeah. Basically, like you start climbing before the fire like rains down on the other 2, and you get out of the water, and you're in a position like above the fire. But like you start climbing on some of the stones to reach the nearest the lowest fire hose, and you realize that like some of the stones that you try to climbing on, they are that some of them look like really grabbable stones, and as soon as you press on them slightly,
I'm not pressing on them.
yeah, like you realize that some of them are other switches for more traps. But thanks to like your athleticism prowess, you are able to climb upwards until you without activating any more traps. You're going to take a single point of damage for grabbing the one of the hoses, and you once you've reached a certain height, you realize that there's a hole in the well that's that seems to be like a corridor you could crawl into that is not very visible from down there above the fire hoses.
Okay, so my first question is that a point of damage despite my aura that absorbs 2 damage?
Oh yeah. So yeah, you do not take any damage thanks to your aura protecting you. Basically, like you can just grab this really hot hose, no problem.
Okay, can I get myself into that hole?
Yes, with your athleticism, you're able to do that.
Okay, I guess, are the other 2 still under the water?
Yeah. Oliver and Philip, you are able to see each other. You're able to feel the water's temperature rising. You're able to see that Chris is not with you. What do you do?
I guess. Did we see Chris go up, or was it just like?
I think you saw him like jumping out of the water, and since his charred body hasn't make it back down, you're pretty sure he's doing okay-ish.
Yeah. I'll make an attempt to try and climb after him.
Okay, roll for athleticism and take 4 points of damage because you're basically making it out of the surface while the surface is on fire.
Oh.
And it's a -3 difficulty not to activate any traps, and it comes with the risk penalty. Do you take any primes and penalties?
This is not going to go well. Maybe I don't do this.
I'll be fine.
The damage that I took in the verse, did that carry over?
Yes.
Okay. Fuck, maybe I don't do that. Maybe. I don't know. I need to get out though.
Yeah, it's worth a shot.
Take the shot. All right.
Okay, no primes, no penalties.
What if I?
You-
Here, I got it right here.
You could take danger to lower your reaction to activating the to dodge the next trap if you activate it with risk. For efficacy, to give you a plus to cancel the -3.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Okay, that is a success.
Yeah.
You still have a -3 to your next reaction though.
Okay.
So you if it's in the same like scene. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, you start climbing afterwards. Mark the 4 points of damage that you took,
Yes.
and you can heal it with. Oh wow, that is.
Because I took 8 in the
Yeah.
verse. Yeah.
Yeah. You can heal those, by the way, with karma if you need to.
Oh, right.
Yeah, you can spend 3 points of karma to heal all of this.
Okay, that's a lot.
Yep. You manage to climb after Chris, and you take 1 more point of damage for grabbing onto one of the hoses.
There.
No, you didn't click it.
Damn it. There we go.
All right. Okay. Oliver, you're all alone.
Oliver is going to look around in the bottom and see if there was anything different about it, anything that he can use to stop this.
Yes. Yes. One of the stones under the water is very clearly painted in bright red.
He's gonna hit the bright red stone because
Okay.
he's in panic mode.
All right. The water that's protecting you from the fire starts to be drained down.
All right. Plan 2, do what Chris and Philip just did.
Okay. Roll for athleticism at -3 and with the risk prime, with the risk penalty. Do you take any other primes and penalties? I love this. This is so much fun.
Of course it is for you.
I mean, I'm not gonna pass this anyways. I might as well just not take anything worse.
Also, by the way, do you remember how you leave Alison's memory palace? Because that's an important thing. Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay. Just real
Put
quick.
those together, you would succeed.
Just real quick. Do you remember how you leave Alison's memory palace?
I really don't.
Okay, the way you've done it up until Stefan died was to basically go inside of Selena's memory of Stefan to end up inside of his memory palace, and since he was alive, you could then just re-enter your body. Now that he's dead, you have to go into his memory palace from hers, and then go into one of yours. So basically, right now, since you're inside of an ancient Hermes memory palace, you need to find this person's apprentices. Go into their memory palace until you find someone who's still living, taking into consideration that it's not possible to climb back up into a master's verse after you've entered their students' memory palace, unless if they didn't follow the usual rules. So currently, you're inside of multiple. Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Okay, so here's what happens. Oliver, you activate one of the traps in your attempt to climb upwards. So I think it is going to be blades. So on top of taking 4 points of damage from the fire at the surface, you're also going to basically grab one, push one of the stones as you're trying to climb, and the blade of a sword is going to come out of the wall and slice in an arc where your arm is, and you take another 8 points of damage.
It's only 4 because I'm not.
Oh yes,
right?
You didn't do your work in red, so you only take a total of 8 points of damage for this. But
I mean, I haven't ticked any unconscious boxes yet.
That's good. And because the liquid is being drained away, the place where you're standing is the fire is slowly just being the oil is slowly being drained away, but it keeps pouring those fiery streams. Chris, the tunnel that you're in, it seems to be giving way to a dark room that's barely illuminated, but you've been in a similar type of room before. It's a maze.
Ah.
It's gonna be good times.
Yup.
So turning to Philip, can you
Am I up there yet?
Yeah, you.
Oh,
Bam,
okay.
can you bamf
Ooh, yeah, let me do
Oliver
that.
up here?
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, Oliver's gonna be thankful.
Oliver says, "No, I won't go."
Though your bravery is beyond measure, your time is not yet here. Let me bind you by my side. I will keep you safe, my friend. And I'll bring Oliver up to where we are.
Okay, spend 1 more point of light karma. Okay, you still have some to use.
Some to spare.
Yeah. So Oliver, you find yourself next to Philip inside a dark room. That's it's there's a bit of air passing through this room. The different corridors, they look similar. They look like some of the ancient labyrinths that you've been in previous times. In fact, like, yeah, it almost feels like home. But there are a lot of stones that look like they might not be welded in. That look like they're slightly loose.
Oh boy.
So, what do you do?
Be very careful not to touch those stones.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask a search check for whoever a minus. Yeah, it's gonna be hard. A -6 search check for the person who's going ahead and trying to avoid setting those traps up. Who wants to be the lucky winner? Actually, it's gonna be a -3 search check. They're not that well hidden.
I've only got a 2 in search.
Okay. It's also possible.
Yeah.
It's also possible to roll vigilance, but it's going to be a -6 because vigilance is supposed to be the passive thing.
Chris, how are you for looking for stuff?
All that will result in a straight roll for me.
That'd be better than mine. Mine would result in some kind of negative.
I mean, you could take efficient, +3 for the slow as well.
Yeah, you could take your time. It's not like you're in a hurry or anything.
We aren't in a hurry, are we?
No. There's no reason to hurry at all.
All right, I'll do that. I'll take my time.
Okay.
See, the GM said so.
Yeah.
Don't need to hurry.
So you cancel out the -3 in exchange for efficacy. So go ahead and roll.
Well, the thing is that my search is 3, so that -3 would
Cancel
counter out
out.
and give me +3. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
basically.
vigilance would be -6. I would get +3. That would put it at -4, right? Or still -3, which would give me a 4. So I actually still have a better if I use vigilance.
Okay.
Unless you just want me to use search.
Yeah, no, go. Basically, because you're. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Go ahead and use whichever skill you're best at. Let me activate more traps.
Please don't all die.
You know you can regenerate.
Oh no!
What is regenerate?
You can spend points of darkness karma to heal your unconscious line. You can spend both types of karma for your wounded line, and you can spend only light karma to heal your bruised line.
And it's one.
One for 4.
Right?
Yeah, you
One for
spend
4.
1 point to heal 4 points of karma. Philip, do you also want to heal?
Yeah.
Have I spent karma since the beginning of this day?
I don't think so, no.
And you said it's.
I think I forgot to
Readjust.
re-up
Yeah.
stuff.
I didn't remind anyone. So you currently have 2. Yeah. So you can spend 1 point of darkness karma and 1 point of light karma to be back at full health if you want. That's
No,
one of-
I just did.
Uh-huh.
I just got rid of my wounded.
Okay, cool. All right. So you start walking into the labyrinth, and you start going deeper into it, and you at some point you're in a very long you reach this like long corridor that's going uphill. And Chris, you've been vigilant up until now. You've avoided most of the stones, but it is really dark, and you don't really have. Unless you came in here with equipment, in which case you'd have like whatever you have on you. So maybe your phones are lighting up the way. Anyways, it's insufficient, and you activate. One of you steps onto one of the moving stones, and you hear rumbling coming closer and closer from the corridor that's like tilted, and you're going up. So what do you do?
Did we activate your trap card?
Yes, you activated my trap card.
Did we pass any alcoves or any indentations that we could use?
You passed the entrance to this corridor, which was a sideway corridor.
Okay, how far back is that?
Far back enough that if you succeeded an athleticism check at -3, you could still make it there on time and not get crushed by the giant boulder.
Okay, so I'm going to do that now. Am I correct in assuming that Oliver does not have much in the way of athleticism?
Yes, you are correct. You are in fact very correct.
However, as both of us, Philip and I, are going to basically force Oliver along with us.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I feel like the teleportation verse just to save your friends is going to be much more useful than originally planned for. Okay, so both of you roll for athleticism at -3. You're free to take primes and penalties, just not the slow prime. And you can take the risk penalty to risk activating another trap.
I take the risk to do another trap. But
okay.
How much will that compensate for the difficulty to let Oliver ride on our success?
If you take the risk penalty, I'll give you a +3 to your strength check, and you're going to need to succeed the strength check to basically like give Oliver a boost.
Okay, that's cool. So
okay.
we even out our athleticism +3 on strength, but if we fail, we activate something. Is that right?
You still have the -3 because it's a difficulty-free check.
Okay.
And you take the risk in exchange for a +3 on your strength check. Is that good?
Sure.
All right. Roll for athleticism at -3, and Theo, you can do the same.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
I'll take that darkness.
Yeah. So Philip, you make it. It seems like, but Chris, Chris, you're going to activate a trap. Okay. Yeah, you took risk, so it automatically activates, and I think yeah.
Do you want me to make the strength check to just shove Oliver out of the way?
Yes, go ahead and do this at +3.
Oliver doesn't even get to try to run.
Nope,
you're gonna fail.
You can, or you can let Chris carry you in his strong arms and throw you to safety. It's up to you. But Chris is doing a fantastic job of throwing you to safety.
I mean, I guess if I'm already thrown to safety.
Okay. So, Chris, the trap that you activate is going to be other blades shaped into swords to do extra damage to people like you. So basically, like, because you took the risk penalty, you automatically take 8 points of damage, and it's basically like us.
Wait! Because I took the risk penalty, I automatically activated a trap.
Yes, but
I would like to try and use my reflexes to avoid actually being hit by them. I mean, I understand they come flying out, but
yeah. But because you took the like basically it's a non avoidable problem when you took the risk penalty. So it basically like slices along your leg, and you're going to take 8 points of damage. And because you failed your athleticism check, the boulder is about to crash into you, unless one of the other two players has something that they can do.
I will.
So just for future reference, though,
Yeah.
if it's a risk to automatically be hit by something,
Yeah.
I will not take it.
Okay. Cool.
I took it on the premise that I have other abilities that once the trap activated, I would have a good chance of being able to negate much of, if not all of, the damage because of my other abilities.
All
I
right.
didn't realize that it was going to be it's going to happen and you're going to be hit by it with no chance for avoiding it. I didn't realize it was you automatically get hit. Because you said to activate it.
Yeah, it would activate the trap. Okay, so that's basically how this penalty works. It's like an automatic penalty on top of failing your roll. So Philip, you.
I could do my verse, or how easy would it be to reach out and grab Chris and pull him back? Would that be much more difficult than just doing my verse?
You'd have to make a -3 strength check.
Well,
I don't think you have a lot in Taurus.
So now that work in red
4.
thing that I haven't done either.
Huh? What?
There's that work in red thing.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Oh, okay. Wait, you haven't done your work in red?
Well, I don't know what that is. What does that mean?
It's the thing that doubles your life points. I'm pretty sure you did it. It's the thing that doubles your life points, so you can have all of your life points. And on top of this, it allows you to not die when you've marked all of your lifelines, unless you're decapitated, and it allows you to create your memory palace when you die. So basically, Oliver doesn't have his work in red finished, so if he dies now, he would transform into it would create a verse, not a memory palace. And he will die if he reaches 12 life points, while you can take 24 and still heal yourself afterwards, as long as you're not decapitated or obliterated by an explosion.
Yeah, but I've been paying attention to that. It seems like there's really no benefit to having double the life points when it means you take double damage.
It only makes you take double damage against swords,
which is mainly what we've been fighting, but not always.
Not always.
Okay. So I was working on my memory palace, so I guess that means I did my work in red.
I'm pretty sure we established that you did your work in red, since you've been taking double damage from swords, and yeah.
So that's 8 minus the 2, so 6.
Yes. You are protected by the Taurus aura. So.
Yeah, though your bravery is beyond measure, your time is not yet here. Let me bind you by my side. I will keep you safe, my friend. Yeah, and it's just as the boulder is about to crash on top of Chris, that he vanishes in a blink of light and appears next to you, and the boulder just finishes rolling in front of you. Can I ask for a +3 intellect check from all of you? It's under Libra. +3? Yeah, +3. Chris, I think you have no penalty for taking the darkness. You. Nice job, Oliver. Yeah. So. I'm sorry to say this, Theo, because you're the one who's supposed to notice the thing. But basically, both Chris and Oliver realize that this maze is built according to a certain pattern, and that there's a pattern of corridor options that seems strangely familiar to all of you, since you've taken this pattern a couple of times in the past.
Like when we found that computer god thing.
Yep. It's like my entire uncle's life's work can't see it when I'm inside of it.
I mean, he did just pass that off on his. Did Philip even read the paper before saying, "Yeah, this is mine"?
Philip read enough to be able to quote it.
Doesn't mean that any of it sunk in.
Yeah. Yep. And you hear a voice that's. Oh no, you haven't ever heard it, but it's a voice echoing through the corridors of the maze, saying, "You'll never get out of here alive, intruders. This place is well guarded. You might do better to simply return to the Mary Palaces from whence you came. This place is protected by the table of clay, and you will have used up all of your karma long before you can reach me." It's a more high-pitched feminine voice.
Do you recognize the voice?
No, unfortunately, you only ever heard it when she was in another body.
Okay.
I can't wait to meet you.
Well, should we just follow the same path as before?
I guess
Yes.
so.
All right. So yeah, you start. You start making your way along the path that leads you to develop your Taurus aura. And along the way, you are going to see a couple of more traps that you're able to avoid. But when you reach the end of the pattern, it's a dead end. But all of you can activate the Taurus aura for free if you, or learn it right now if you have a Taurus on as part. Yeah, you have Taurus if you want to learn this aura. It's 12 experience points, I believe.
Yeah, I'll do that.
How?
Wait, actually, is it 12? It's the books are over there. I believe it's 12, 8, and 12 and 8. It would be only 8 experience points if you want to learn the Taurus aura.
I'll do that.
Okay.
Is there a list of these auras?
Yes, it's inside of the verses of Trinity. It's under all of the verses. There's the list of the auras and what they do. But basically, that's how Chris learned the Taurus aura the first time. If you're looking for it, I'm gonna pop up the. Wait, where is it? Verses. Translated verses. Here you go. Here's the sharing link.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Okay.
There we go.
Yep. Okay.
Fire swords, zodiacs.
Hello? Okay, you're still here.
Yep.
So yeah, the auras are permanent boosts that keep giving you bonuses as long as they're activated. You can only activate one of them at a time unless you're people like Chris who are following a strange path. Basically not the path of learning verses.
What do they cost to activate?
1 point of either karma to activate. And then it's on until you deactivate it to activate another one, or something happens that destroys your aura, which is also, there's verses that do that. There's other auras whose breath can deactivate auras and stuff like this. Chris has a couple of breaths
that. Any point in not learning it?
Huh?
I guess there's no point in not learning it.
Okay.
Does it still take a point to activate now, even if I just learned it?
Not inside of the maze. The maze basically is a channel to channel Taurus in some way, because Taurus spend a lot of time wandering around in the labyrinth. So basically, by wandering along this pattern, you are able to channel Taurus and cast this verse for free. I believe. Theo, do you know what the Trinity books look like?
No.
Okay. Can you ask Katie to get? I believe they're on the round table over there. Can you ask Katie to give them to you? I just need the hardcover one.
Sure. I don't. Maybe you should go out. Last time I went out, it wasn't a good time.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll take care of it. Be right back, everyone. Do you want some?
Thank you.
Oh my god, I'm being called out. Katie said when you want to be comfy but you don't want to look like you're comfy and like whatever I'm wearing. Okay.
I'll get my water real quick. Sorry.
Okay. So learning versus wait, I believe I put it in the experience spending points. Why do I need to look through the book? Spend. Okay. Yeah. If it's an ascended aura, it costs 6 experience points to learn. So basically, if you have 4 in that sign, it costs 6 points. If you have 2 in that sign, it costs 12 points to learn. So basically, Oliver, do you have Taurus in your theme or not? Is it something is it a sign where you have an automatic bonus in your skills? Because if not, you cannot even learn the Taurus aura. It's not an option.
Oh, okay, then no, I do not learn the Taurus aura.
Yeah, basically you can only learn the 6 auras that are based on your theme. Astrological theme. So you could learn Scorpio, Cancer, I believe you have Gemini as well, things like this.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, cool. So, you're right at the dead end. What do you do?
Search the wall slowly.
Okay.
See if there's a
Very,
secret passage
very
out.
carefully.
Yeah, roll for search. You automatically take... Huh? Sorry?
What was the automatically part?
Risk.
Okay, I'm also taking efficient, whatever it is in slow. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you take your time to give yourself a +3.
Nice.
Yeah, so you find a couple of loose stones that could be activated for different effects. One of them might reveal a hidden corridor. One of them might
be traps.
Yeah, you do find that there is the contour of a hidden door, like basically like an entire section of the wall is has the bricks basically not connected to the rest, but it seems that you need to do something to activate them to slide the door, or find a way to destroy the door. And there's 5 pressable stones in the dead end.
Does anyone have a very long stick?
I assume you went it with your weapons. Like,
If I have a very long sword.
I mean, I suppose that would probably work.
We really gonna do this?
That's up to the group. There's no way I'm making that choice all on my own.
Oh god. Yeah, I think just finding a way to get the door open would be good, but without pressing any of those buttons, I feel like any one of them could give us absolute hell.
Can I sit down and focus on the 5 stones and focus on my connection to Taurus and see if anything inspires me?
Roll for meditation.
Nice.
All right. So when you try to connect with that part of you, you come to realize that part of what has to do with the Taurus aura is more about being lost than being found, and you're having like. It's not like giving you any clues as to like how to progress, but you are you are able to feel something weird about this labyrinth. It's like it feels odd in many ways, and you're going to realize that it's not part of the original structure. You realize that it's like an add-on, a fake. Basically, this entire trap has been constructed in that memory palace after the memory palace deployed at the user's death. That's what you're going to perceive from your connection with Taurus.
Okay, so maybe this isn't even here. Maybe this is not part of the memory palace.
I mean, that is a
Be
possibility.
inconvenient.
Also, yeah, and another thing that you do realize is the entrance. You know that the way to enter a memory palace from your teacher's memory palace, which is supposed to be the only access for Hermes, is by is with the teacher entering their memory of the student and coming out of the student's memory of them. But you didn't. But when you were inside of the well, you didn't see any paintings. You didn't see any objects that stood out like they could be an object that would be linked to. Oh yeah, but you couldn't go this way. Never mind. I didn't like. That's useless information. Yeah, you can't go back to the master's thing, but yeah, whatever. So, what do you do? There's 5 stones.
Utterly pressable.
Yeah.
I guess just back up and start pressing stones with a sword.
Do they all look exactly the same?
They all look like stones that could be pressed, but some of them are high, some of them are low, one of them is on the ground.
I don't know, do we want to try this?
I will, can I... So my Taurus aura that I have going...
Yeah.
I have to pay to change this, how far out it emanates?
No, you can do that with just a single action.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. So you can extend it to the others if you'd like to extend your protection to the others.
And then I can take it back too?
Yes.
Okay, I'm saying I'm going to extend my aura. And then I'm going to, right there, directly in front of the 5 stones, I'm going to extend my aura enough to encompass the stones. And I'm going to watch them to see if they have any effect when that aura extends to include them. There's
no discernible change, but actually, if you're looking at them and expecting a supernatural effect, then I'm gonna have you roll clairvoyance.
Okay.
That is a 15. You perceive that one of those, and actually 4 of those stones, they have like something. They have a lot of karma inside of them. They're like infused with both light and darkness karma when you look at them. One of them is not.
So one of them doesn't have any signs of karma?
Yes, one of them does not have any signs of karma.
Do we think that might be our lucky button?
That might be our lucky button.
Or it could be the one we do not want to press.
Exactly.
All right, well, first of all, how much does it cost to heal?
1 point of karma heals 4 points of damage. The middle line can be healed by both types of karma, and the bruised line only by light karma, and the unconscious line can only be healed by darkness karma.
Only by light karma, damn it.
But you also regenerate 1 bruise point per hour. So everybody who has nothing in wounded, but only points in bruised, regenerate 1 point right now.
Okay.
Do you have?
Well, I am going
I
to,
still have one unwounded.
as I sit there, as I look at them, I am going to say, without understanding the motive, he felt in his flesh that someone or something threatened his existence. Perceive any danger and its nature determined by GM. Range includes the entire structure or topographical feature.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh, you know where all of the traps inside of the labyrinth are. You perceive that the 4 stones that could be moved, they don't activate any traps per se, but they're like the books inside of, but they're memories. If you had touched them, not pressed them, but touched them, you would have ended up in a memory of this person, possibly a very deadly one.
Oh, wow.
Which one is a deadly one?
All of the ones that have karma associated with them are basically entire memories. It's the only one that does not have any karma on it is not linked to a trap and not linked to and are not memories.
Well,
did-
it's a good
And
thing
so
we
no
didn't-
danger?
Yep, no danger.
I press it.
Okay, the door. Yeah, the door slides open, and you on the other side you see this person.
I leap on him.
Huh?
I leap on him.
Okay, so you are separated by what look like basically you charge this person and you collide with the glass wall that separates both of you, and you can see that behind her is a very good-looking hotel room. Like it's not necessarily a hotel room, but basically like a very nice
Like an inn? Or...
yeah
Bed and breakfast.
let's see. No, I'm gonna say that this. Oh, it looks like one of the bedrooms in Versailles. One of those like really fancy places. Hey, one of the one of the characters in one of the campaigns has the Taj Mahal as their memory palace. Like some people take the palace part really seriously. So yeah, it looks like this person's been living like royalty. On the other side of the there is a hole basically in the glass wall that you realize, and she is basically going to start casting a verse at you on a loop. She says, hold on, give me just one.
Okay, so that glass that was separating us, is that like some sort of an indestructible glass?
It's not indestructible, but it's quite resistant.
I'm quite
Have
persistent.
you seen Chris?
Just before then, I'm just gonna like say what verse it is. Oh, that's why the book is in French. Why am I reading this one? Yeah. Yeah, so she keeps saying all of them threw their sticks who became reptiles, but Aaron's stick devoured theirs, and basically you lose 1 point of darkness karma every time that he casts this. You know, and all of you can roll for astrology, please. Under Aquarius, third column towards the bottom. Right there.
Yes, the other one I don't have.
Right. Oh,
Ooh.
shit.
Okay, so Philip, this is a verse that you were warned against by your teacher. It basically allows one person to cast it by spending 1 point of darkness karma and steal 1 point of darkness karma from someone. So she can do this as long as she wants.
Oh my god.
Yep.
What about when we run out of darkness karma to give?
Well, that's when the fun begins.
Oh.
Okay. You see her saying, I've never seen you before, Hermes, but you will not get me. This entire place is rigged with traps. Turn back now, and you might yet survive. This is your last warning.
Yes, and some interesting traps too. I like the sword trap here, there, and there, and then the pit trap you have there, the darkness trap, the acid trap, and then the. I start rattling them off.
She says, oh, interesting. You think that just because you know where the traps are, it's going to help you avoid them. Some of them, as you might have perceived if you with your keen eyes or your magic, are not avoidable traps. Only my guests can make it unharmed through this verse. I am an esteemed member of the Table of Clay, and we specialize in security. And she pauses, and she looks.
Table of Clay?
Yeah, the Table of Clay. And she sees Philip. And you're in a verse. So you're in a memory palace. So you look like yourself. And she freezes and she says, Philip Katsaros?
Hi.
How did you make it inside of my memory palace? You're not. You're still alive. I died so long ago. You couldn't possibly be one of my masters. How did you?
It's complex. I caught wind that you had wanted to meet me, and so I thought I'd pull some strings to make that happen.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so before? You came here all unarmed and all armed and unannounced. What did you want to talk to me about? I love your work, by the way. Fantastic job finding out and stealing the secrets of the Ecclesia.
Thanks. Yeah, I just knew that you wanted to talk to me, and so I thought I would just come here with some friends of mine, and we would be available to talk to and answer questions, and hopefully not be destroyed.
What is your brute doing then, threatening me? She points towards Chris.
We got a little bit confused because we didn't know what you would look like. I think that's a valid response.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't confused. I do, however, have an adverse reaction to people trying to kill me.
That's true.
That's understandable, but the only people who've managed to come into my memory palace so far have been bored Hermes, dead long before my time, who wanted to hunt me for sports. The last one of the last pleasurable things that they find to do around here, and then take all of my memories to explore. You understand why we have to put up this much security. Old old geezers with too much time on their hands can be quite deadly.
Indeed. Much agreed.
But none of them have managed to make it. But it's impossible for anyone but one of my masters, or their masters' masters, and so on, to enter a student's memory palace. So how did you do it? It's fascinating, really. That could lead to so many security problems. Oh, Philip, tell me the truth, and you might revolutionize the way the clay table works in security once again. You would be thoroughly appreciated among my people, and when you die, you'd have a very honorable position among us.
I appreciate that.
For your information, it was my idea to start setting up traps that are shaped like swords to do extra damage to people, to intruders with karma. So I quite appreciate that you've had so much trouble until here. I take it as a personal compliment.
Yeah, no, you definitely did all you could, and it showed. It was quite a difficult trek to get here. I, for a moment, forgot that we were here to see a friend. I was so enamored by the traps.
You still haven't told me how you got here.
We pulled some strings. I just thought it'd
Alright.
be
What sort of information can I get you in exchange for this? I'm very knowledgeable about memory palaces and their structure, and and if you have ways of going into anybody's memory palaces, I could tell you how I helped design some of the masters who come, the memory palaces of some of the masters who come visit me every now and then, and a long line of students that I can visit to help them reshape their memory palaces. So I could help you get inside of anybody's head. Well, memory palace, same thing.
that is quite the offer. Uh, okay, so refresher, just because my brain has been so fried tonight. We came here to the memory palace to get what?
Oh, you're trying to find out where Orpheus's memory palace is, the creator of the Hermes.
Okay. You know, we really... What we're looking for is a little more complex. On our journey to come and speak with you, we realized that we could speak to others, and it might provide some insight on things that we are looking to learn more about. Maybe this is completely crazy to say out loud. Maybe I'm just a little power hungry saying it, but...
Oh, we all get like this after a couple of millennia of being dead. Do tell.
Kind of have a yearning to meet Orpheus.
Well, nobody's seen him in quite some time. He doesn't go down to other memory palaces, as far as we know, and that's because of the decapitated pyramid.
Interesting.
But we now have the power to go up to his. We now have the power to go up to his. It doesn't have to come down to us.
Yes. Well, that's fascinating. So, I can tell you what I know about the decapitated pyramid, and you can tell me how to get there. Deal?
You want to get to his memory palace as well?
I want to know how to move upwards into the pyramid. Let's. I'll start. Shall I? All right. I'm gonna draw your attention back to the drawing I did with the whales. And she says, 500 years into the creation of Hermes, a revolt happened. Students all all started refusing the teachings of their teachers and wanted to be the ones at the top of the pyramid. So they all collaborated to have their masters assassinated, and to have anyone who would come down to their memory palace assassinated, cutting off the top of the pyramid from the rest. Impossible traps that are impossible to avoid are commonplace towards the top, towards in all of the memory palaces of this generation, and that's why the pyramid ended up being decapitated. That's why Orpheus can't come down anymore, and that's why we don't take orders from Orpheus anymore. Just the teachers from that time. But I have heard some rumors. There's back in the day there were things called elevator Hermes. They simply put, they would discreetly go into their students' memory palaces and those students and for bonds with privileged living Hermes, teaching them what their masters had already taught them, how to create a memory, and hence creating a path that skipped entire generations. There are there are rumors that these elevator Hermes, that there were some at the top of the pyramid, and that it would still be somehow possible to influence for the top of the pyramid to influence the rest. But we've only ever seen rumors of this. Some tables are acting up as if of their own free will, independently of the will of some of the dead masters. So that's there might be another power behind them, like an 8, or it could be that Orpheus is still in control somehow. But that rebellion, well, it made it hard for anybody at the top to be in control. Now it's only the generation after those 500 first years who who give most of the orders, lay them downwards. No, if I'm being honest, I think with everything that we've set up, there could be another rebellion like this, but well, can't get anybody to organize in a way that would make it work. But I'm sure if there was a way to reach some memory palaces, like you can, we could arrange for something. So, I've told you everything I know. How did you get here?
I'll give her the honest explanation of how we got here.
Okay. You start explaining that it's the Gemini Observatory's
telescope? Yeah.
She says, fascinating. I just visited this place. I could make a memory out of this. Recreate the telescope here. Oh, this opens so many possibilities. Thank you, Mr. Katsaros. When you die, and after I've taken control of the clay table, you can certainly be my right-hand man.
Oof.
How are you going to leave, though?
That is complex. We're pretty much going to have to jump memory palace to memory palace until we reach someone who's still living.
Oh. Well, as part of our agreement, I could take you through the traps that I've set up in my students' memory palaces and back home.
That would be ideal.
And all right. But the question is, can I trust you? You're all armed to the teeth for a nice visit.
Well,
For such a nice visit to Van.
we knew that there would be obstacles on the way. We just wanted to be prepared in case if we didn't get the opportunity to talk to you as soon as we arrived.
Roll for subterfuge because you're lying through your teeth.
Yep.
Ooh. Okay. She trusts you. She pulls a lever, and the glass wall is going to slide to the side.
Nice.
Okay. It's 7 o'clock. I think it's a perfect time to end today's game.
Whew.
Everybody like it?
That was touch and go for a little bit.
Yeah, that was one hell of a session.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh my
honestly
god.
surprised that verse wasn't dark.
Because you didn't press the button, it didn't go dark. But you weren't acting like towards the good that much based on who the characters were supposed to be, not who the people inside the characters were. So yeah. I'd say that's the first time you've failed to rewrite properly, and that's pretty amazing because I was making the Caesar verse so hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. You still found a way. Like that was pretty.
That was a
good.
miracle.
But here's the thing: when we were in the verse,
Yeah.
the people who, like Celine, for example, that really wasn't Celine at all.
Yes.
That was just somebody's memory of Celine, and so each of the physical elements, those were not actually real. Those were figments of the imagination.
Mhm.
The only thing that was actually real were the people who were inhabiting them. So any action taken against the physical form that was there would not be an action taken against that actual physical form.
Yeah, but it's not basically taken into consideration that the verses are visitable to see if they're verses of light or not. Basically, like when the Archons and the Divas set the entire thing up, they were like, yeah, it's based on the actions of the characters, the shells, it's based on the characters, not the actors. You know. So that's
No,
why.
I'm talking about whether or not what we did, our course of action, wasn't. You're saying it wasn't particularly light.
Well,
I'm saying
you
that it certainly wasn't dark because essentially what we did was we killed people who don't play well with others. See, we're trying to play well with others. We're trying to be good. We're trying to be nice. We're trying to, let people do their thing if they want to do their thing. We're dealing with homicidal maniacs whose goal is to kill and destroy pretty much anybody who doesn't agree with their own personal beliefs. We got way too much of that going on in real life. When we run into it in the game, we destroy it because it makes the world a better place. By their own choice. It's not that we're judging them. It's that we're accepting them. We accept that they want to destroy everything around them because they feel that they're right and everybody else is wrong, and they want to kill people. They want to kill us solely because we don't agree with their beliefs. So that makes them undesirable elements in the grand scheme of things, and so we're just removing them from the equation. So ultimately, I guess it's a matter of are you a person that believes that the end justifies the means, or are you a person who believes that if you can't kill a killer,
Mhm.
Even if you knew that the killer was going to kill again, you still can't kill them because killing is wrong.
Yeah.
You know, it depends on what you maintain. And so clearly you have a different idea than at least I do. I don't know
Mhm.
the others maybe have varying degrees there, but my mind is that when you kill the killer, you're doing the world a service.
Yeah,
And
there's another thing to take into account. It's a theory by Jeremy, the other game master who ran War of the Light, War for the Light. He believes that the what is right and wrong inside of the verse is determined by the personality of the archons and divas associated with that historical figure. So it usually has to do with this person's actual actions. And during this entire time, Eric was not certain who were the good guys. He wasn't certain if the Hermes were in the right or the wrong. That's what the entire investigation into Selena Murray's past was. It was figuring out that, yeah, she killed someone. She is someone who's the bad guy. But because so part of that narrative also so like deciding what's right and wrong is based on the viewpoints of both the human, their archon, and their diva. So it's like it's kind of an it's kind of weird what ends up being the triggering factor for a light verse and dark verse, but based on the way Jonathan played his character, he wouldn't have seen murdering all of those people as a light action. He would have opposed it. But also finding out that one of them was a murderer might have justified it somewhat, so that's why the verse just ended up not being rewritten. At least like that's how like I try to balance out all of these aspects. Like writing verse scenarios is not easy at all. Like there's a lot of things to take into consideration. But I'll leave you on that note. We're gonna head out now. I hope everybody had as much fun as I did, because this was a blast. Letting you all decide on. Go ahead, be dramatic for Shakespeare, or you die, or they die.
It was a good game session.
Thank you.
My D&D GM,
Yeah.
he works at a Shakespeare festival in the summer and stuff. So in our game, Shakespeare is an archfey, which if we play a warlock can totally become our patron.
Nice.
I love it.
So this was fun for me.
Awesome.
Like to anybody who's watching this and who knows the history of Francis Bacon, basically like everybody thinks that lots of people think that Shakespeare couldn't have written his plays, and Francis Bacon created this entirely fictional character called Shakespeare to be able to there's an entire movie on this.
Wow.
And it's like I wanted to subvert this by having Francis Bacon pretend to be Shakespeare to survive this entire time.
So good.
And he's going to be in one of the verses, one of the memory palaces whose coordinates you know, and yeah, he might be useful to find Orifice. I think we're just a couple of sessions away from finishing this campaign based on how much progress you did today.
Yeah,
so
they got a lot done.
Yeah, great job. That was a lot of fun. All right, gonna stop the recording now. Have a great day, everybody.
yes, you too.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, and thank you for watching this video. If you want to keep up with all of the adventures on this channel, don't forget to subscribe and click the bell button so you can get a notification each time we upload the next episode of this story. And it would be very nice of you to like and share the video to help this channel grow. Have a nice day, everyone.